Would it upload into Excel so I can play with?
Yes, checking, check.
Did you meet John? No, I have not. Hi, Jennifer Kiefer. Nice to meet you. Yeah, we were supposed to talk like way back. Then I heard that you were in the committee. I was like, all right, I'm not reaching out. Yeah, don't talk to him. He's in trouble. Nice to meet you. Look forward to working with you.
Contact information, but probably
The baby?
the office here didn't have it.
It costs money for mine.
He's not used everything.
Yeah. You don't realize I'm joking. So good. No, I really want to do that. I just don't want to bombard you on your first week like everybody else would. Yeah, I'm sure. So, yeah, let's get together. I work out of my home and I'm flexible, and all of that. Lunches, possible, even if it's happy hour. I'm good. So you just let me know what works best for you. And I'll email. I'm assuming you're gonna email.
Yes.
Okay. So I will email you my village phone number, my personal cell phone number. Let me know what works best for you.
We have this mic, check, check. Check one, check, check.
Don't use mine. You can use one. I'll let you use 50%.
Give me yours. I'll put it in the same.
Thank you.
This is the duty.
We make you crawl.
I feel that way anyway. How you doing? Good.
Very good song.
Gil, how you doing?
Good, yeah. Good to see you, Frank.
All right, you too. You too. Okay, good morning. I'm Frank Rhino, Mayor Pro Tem. Welcome to the budget session. The meeting is streamed on the village website. However, with any particular application, digital service, or software, the opportunity for failure can occur. Therefore, the village is not responsible for the inability to view via live stream. The meeting video and audio are recorded and will be available online after the meeting on the village website. Let's do a quick roll call. Trustee Benavides.
Here.
Trustee Kiefer.
Here.
Trustee Ranovich.
Here, and I also wanted to say I'm having some day surgery today, so I'll only be here till about 10:30-ish.
Okay.
Just so everybody knows.
Well, hope it's successful.
Thank you. Me too, believe me.
Okay, stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. So is there a motion to approve or amend the agenda?
Sure, motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second it.
Second? Very good, okay. Any discussion from the governing body? No. Okay, great. Okay, let's see.
Mayor Pro Tem, let me just add one thing. Let's move, I want to move with the agenda forward, but let's add a extra public comment in the morning and then keep the afternoon session in case people show up in the afternoon, since that's what's on the agenda. Since we do have people here, and I don't know if they want to wait 4 hours to make public comment.
That's good, yeah.
Do we need to take a vote on that? Well, okay, so we have a motion before the floor to include a public
Comment in the morning.
public comment in the morning, yeah, okay, as well as one in the afternoon. And so trustee Benavides?
Just for clarification, do we limit the time? Is it a 3-minute? Okay, all right. So I will vote yes to that.
Don't we have to second the motion?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay, that's true, okay,
I'll second the amendment by Jennifer Kiefer.
got it. Okay. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Radonovich?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Oh, trustee Rhino, yes. Okay, so, so the motion carries. So this is an opportunity then for public comment before we get started with the session. Is there someone interested in public comment at this point? Oh, David, would you please approach the podium? State your name and address, please.
David Montoya, 8831 4th Street, Northwest. I really appreciate being given this opportunity. My phone been very busy recently related to the last meeting because people are concerned with the budget meeting coming up today and comments made by George in the last meeting that I did not attend and I haven't really heard, but there was a lot of pushback on 4th Street. And I just wanted to remind, because this is a budget issue, I wanted to remind that it was #1 on our capital improvement project, even by George. And people are very concerned that we may be turning away from or being persuaded to turn away from 4th Street, something we worked on for years and years. And we've had many public meetings, and we've come to this point, and people are frightened and concerned, and asked me to attend, which I don't want to bore you and take too much of your time, but this is a very important project. Many people have died on 4th Street. There's 2 schools, and I just afraid that we're turning back from this $10 million plus that have already been allocated from the state of New Mexico, and number 1 on our capital improvement projects. And I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
That is all.
Okay, very good. David, thank you. Okay, so we're into the working session. CFO Tammy Silva, would you want to begin?
Okay, good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. Before we begin, I wanted to just address, you guys walked in with a paper that was sitting at your seats, and we, after meeting with Administrator Avila yesterday, we have a few little changes to what you're seeing, not to the numbers in the budget, but just to the columns and the comparison. We did this to make it a little more comparing apples to apples and a little more understandable. So the new one that you have eliminates the annual actual expenses from 2 years ago. And what you're seeing now, and it adds in the final budget from last year. That way you can see a comparison from last year's final budget to this year's proposed budget, so that you can see that versus also column A is what's actually happening this year, but there are some things that have happened, like vacant positions, that kind of give you, if you don't take into consideration last year's budget, it kind of looks like we're asking for so much more money when really it's pretty flat. So I wanted to go ahead and just explain that before we go forward so that you understand what that new piece of paper is. We added in the final budget from last year, and the last 2 columns are comparing your final from last year to this year's proposed budget. Okay. So now going forward, 2 of you have been through this before. 2 of you, this is your first time. And so for those of you who have been through this before, I just want to let you know we're going to do it a little differently for one reason. And if you go to page 7 of 8 on the handout, at the very bottom in the peach column, you'll see a negative $272,840. That is showing that we are budgeting in the deficit this year in the general fund.
I don't see it, page 7?
Could you say that one more time?
Page 7 of 8
Okay,
in the
okay.
new handout.
how far down?
Second to last number at the very bottom of the peach column,
Okay, and the number is,
negative 272,840.
I see it.
Okay, so what this is saying is that based on this proposed budget, our general fund is in the deficit that amount of money. And I want to bring that to your attention because there are 2 reasons that this is occurring. Well, first, that number is comparing revenue during the year that we expect to expenditures going out during the year. It has nothing to do with the cash balance. So does everyone understand that part?
Say that again, that's revenue and expenses?
Revenue, projected revenue for next year versus projected expenses for next year is creating that number.
So you're saying if we have money in the bank, we could cover that?
That is correct. However, the reason I want to bring your attention to that is there are 2 items that basically have created this situation, and they are 2 items that are not one-time expenses. They are something that will occur over and over again each year. The first item is the IGA with the fire department. That has increased significantly. It is $800,000 this year. Next year, it will be another $100,000, and the following year, another $100,000. So that is an expense that's not reducing or going away. The second item that created this is the new bond payment for the open space purchasing the Anderson Fields. And so that is also a 20-year bond. That new payment is not going away either. Because of that, the reason I'm bringing your attention to this is, yes, we can use cash balance, but if we had to use cash balance every year and we don't generate more revenue, then we will no longer have cash balance. So I want to start this conversation with the potential for looking at different sources of how to generate more revenue. The reason being, we know that open space is a priority to Los Ranchos, to the residents, to the trustees. However, open space does not generate revenue, and it incurs expenses for maintenance and improvements that we do.
However, we have a mill levy for that.
That is
expense.
correct. However, our mill levy is only 1 mill, and we do not, as we currently sit, we do not generate enough property taxes to cover our bond payments. Right now, this year that we're currently in, we had to move $205,000 from the general fund to the bond reserve fund to cover this year's payments. Next year and every year after, we've had our bonding agent give us a schedule, and there is a portion right now that we would have to contribute from our general fund into that reserve to cover those property taxes. And each year it's looking at about $300 and some thousand. So each year we still would be putting in from the general fund into that reserve to cover that for the 20-year term. That also does not include if we were to take out any new bonds in the next several years for more open space. So that being said, I wanted to just start the conversation there and talk about the potential to generate more revenue. There's a few sources we could look at, and Administrator Avila can also speak to his knowledge on these also as well. GRT, our GRT is very low for other municipalities our size and also for all the surrounding areas. And so that is one area that we could potentially see an increase in GRT. If we were to increase our GRT by 0.75, that would generate around $1.1 million annually. So that is something, and if we increased our GRT to 0.75, it would bring us to 7.9375, and that is still, it's a little higher than the surrounding areas. Most of the surrounding areas are at 7.6 or 7.8. 7.8 is Rio Rancho, 7.875, but it would bring us up to pretty much very even and still under some of the areas that are similar by size in the rest of the state. So that is one area that we could look at it potentially generating revenue.
How does it compare to Albuquerque?
Albuquerque is at 7.6275.
And I believe Santa Fe's over 8.
Yes, that is correct.
Tammy, can you repeat that percentage? I'm sorry. 0.75 would bring us up to
7.9375.
7.937. Thank you.
Yes. So that's the first place we could potentially generate some revenue. Another area we could generate revenue is through a lodger's tax. Lodger's tax can be implemented up to 5%, and a lodger's tax is passed on to the occupant. It is not the responsibility of the business. And generating revenue for that, we can split that in two different areas. 50% can be used for travel tourism.
You also can buy property, so it does immediately go to buying open space.
Does that impact B&Bs?
It'll impact anybody that's short-term rental.
Okay.
One of the changes to legislation that the Municipal League Managers Association was to remove that exception for less than 3 units. So it's every unit will get lodger's tax charged to them. And there are several uses. You can use it for events, you can for police protection, that sort of stuff. But you can invest in property for tourism, which Anderson, right there, that fits the bill. So that plus advertising. We do have a magazine that goes out, so that would help in producing that as well. So you can use it for many different sources.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a couple of comments. Are you done, Tammy? About the suggestions of how we can improve revenue?
And those are the top two suggestions. There are some other different things that we could look at, but those are the two right away that came across.
Another one that you're having development, and so trying to manage that development so that it honors the agricultural nature. There's an impact from development. So if you had a development impact fee for developers that came in and they want to build big things and whatever else, then they pay a portion development impact fees that can be used for public service, for roads, many of those things.
So what I was going to say, Administrator Avila, Tammy, Mayor Pro Tem, and trustees, is I think we need to be careful about how we, excuse me, increase fees. I think we need to study that pretty, and research it pretty well, because fees like impact fees can drive people away, as they have from Albuquerque into Rio Rancho. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have impact fees. I'm just saying we need to study it. The same with GRT. Excuse me. I think we need to make sure that we're within reason that doesn't drive business away. One of the, and this is sort of related to what Mr. Montoya said. We built the part of 4th Street that's built, but my contention is we have never tried to encourage businesses to either increase their business or attract the right kind of businesses to 4th Street. You know, we've had a committee, a volunteer committee that looked at that, but we've never really tried to encourage business. If we tried to encourage the right kind of businesses instead of worrying about the rest of 4th Street the way it is. I'm not suggesting that 4th Street go away at all, and that's not what I was saying at the last meeting. But if we try to encourage business where we have done the work, I think that would help the GRT tax in the first place, because we'd be increasing the amount of visitorship that we get as a village, and therefore the amount of GRT. So from that perspective, I think there's more nuance to it than just increasing GRT, lodger's tax, which I think is also a good idea, events, and increasing the cost of those potentially. Again, I think it needs to be studied, and then impact fees too. I think all 4 of those are really good ideas, but we need to do it in a careful, studied way. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Is there some other discussion?
Tammy, sorry to have you repeat yourself, but I want to make sure that I understand. Rio Rancho is about 7.8% GRT,
7.875.
and Albuquerque is 7.6.
25.
Okay. And what we're proposing at a 3/4, not that we have to do 3/4, but at a 3/4 would put us at 7.9375.
That is correct.
So, I mean, we're talking less than 0.1% difference. Now, to George's point of taking time and studying, I guess, tell me or educate me, please, on how much time do we have? I mean, we're already going to start dipping into the cash reserves, $300,000 by the end of fiscal year 26. I assume, because this would be fiscal year 25 budget that we're working on.
That is correct.
So by the end of that, we would already be dipping in $300,000. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this also is, if we don't spend any more money of the bond money that we still have sitting there, of the 1.9 that's still sitting there. So this is as is, not doing any type of investments into the village.
That is correct. If we were to spend the 1.9 we have sitting there, it would up our bond payments another about $110,000.
Okay, so then we would be close to 400,000 in deficit. And how much cash reserve do we have? It's probably in here, but.
So in the next page, page after 7 of 8 shows you that we have about $8 million in the general fund. Now, excuse me, to answer your other question, you had a question about, I just lost it. I don't know, it'll come back to me. But yes, so we have about $8 million in the general fund right now. And so we do have the ability to use some of those reserves if we want to, but I know that that's also something I wanted to bring to your attention, because if we did that every year, that, you know, this is also taken into consideration. This budget does not have that many projects, extra additional projects right now. This is basically operational projects, some maintenance projects. There's nothing really big that we are considering in this budget that's coming from our general fund.
So are there certain balance reserves? I know, there's GASB accounting that's required for governmental entities. Is there a certain cash balance in order to meet those accounting recommendations for our ratings or whatever we may have that we have to maintain before we start affecting those?
So by state statute, we have to have 1/12 of the year's expenses, general fund expenses, as a reserve.
Do you know that number off the top of your head?
If we're at, let's see, what's our,
Tammy, is that expenses and transfers, or is it just expenses?
I believe it's just expenses. And let's see, so we have $4.3 million of expenses, so a little over
So 1/12.
$430,000.
Okay, so 1/12 of the 4 million. Got it, okay.
I mean, 1/12 is the formula, yeah, so it's a little over that, because that was about 10%. But, so that's the requirement for the state. If we, for some reason, dipped below that, DFA would take over our finances, and we would no longer have control of our spending.
Were you done? Go ahead.
For now, go ahead.
Okay. So in regards to our government obligation bond payments, we had a payment prior to us acquiring the Anderson Field house and 23 acres, right?
That is correct.
And that, I think that payment was due to expire maybe in a couple of years, is what I'm remembering.
2027.
And how much was that payment per year?
That payment per year is about $300,000.
Okay, so in a couple of years, that will go away.
Yes, however,
Yeah.
the way the new bond is structured, the payment will not decrease. So right now, we have a payment for the first bond that expires in 2027 of about $300,000, and the new bond is about $250,000, $260,000. The way it was structured is that once that first bond drops off, the second bond, the payment increases. So the payment we are starting to make now is going to continue for the next 20 years. It will not decrease.
Oh, thank you for that.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I wanted to say another thing. I'm not suggesting a long, drawn-out study. I'm suggesting that we look at it and we not jump, because we tend to jump sometimes, and that causes other problems if it's not studied.
And I do remember what your question was. How much time do we have? So the way the GRT is reported to the state is, if we want to make changes, this is just an example, for January, this is the next chance we have. If we want changes to happen January 1st, we have to have that to the state by September. So we have to go through the process and have it heard at the meetings prior to September 30th, and for it to be adopted January 1st. You can do it 2 times a year. January 1st is the first time, and July 1st is the second time. So twice a year you can look at that and determine, but there is a timeline we have to follow to get it in on time.
And I would assume based on that timeline, it's almost like a 90 days before. So if we're looking at a July adoption, we'd back up to probably about April-ish.
March, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So we're not approving anything today, correct?
No, that is correct. We are just looking at the budget as it sits. If there's any comments, anything we want to change, add, anything like that, we are going to do that. And then the interim budget will come before you in the May meeting to actually approve.
Hence the title, working session. Right. Thank you.
Was there anything else about this paperwork that you wanted to say?
That was where I wanted to start, just so that we could see that. Yeah, now, if you would like, we can kind of go through each department, and I can give a general highlight, and then we can ask questions department by department. That would probably be easiest, if that's okay.
At some point, I would like to know the breakout of how much revenue, the increase in revenue for the different options that you laid out. In particular, the lodging tax, and I'd like to know what that number would be.
Yes,
forecast?
trustee, I did a thumbnail and based on 100 units, about $50,000 on an annual basis.
Okay. So there's one item that was not talked about that could generate revenue, and that is the way we handle events.
No, I mentioned that.
Pardon?
I mentioned that.
Oh, okay, sorry. But so it's something that it sounds like George and I are interested in knowing more about. I mean, because I feel like we leave a lot of money on the table. We have a lavender festival that's hugely popular that I think we sold, 10,000 tickets. And I know things are being done now so that we are collecting GRT on the vendors, which I think is something that we overlooked in the past. But, I think we only charge like a barn fee for that.
Hundreds.
Yeah,
Not thousands.
and we collected nothing from ticket sales, and it's only $10 a ticket, so I think there's opportunities for the events as well. I think that could add up to $100,000 for us.
Well, and I was also going to add, I mean, obviously, we have a lot of interest in the Ag Center, and I know that Joshua has been really pushing, to have events down there. That can also be a large amount of, that could be a great amount of money in order to increase the income to the village. Okay.
It could offset the funds that we have to sustain that department, right? So things that we collect that for events that are related to agriculture, and my feeling is it should go back to the Agri-Nature Center.
Again, just playing the conscience card a little bit, that should be part of the study because we can drive users away if the fees become too high. So it has to be part of that integrated study that I.
Okay, I feel, I mean, I don't know how you can study that accurately, but given that these events are so overcrowded, I think there's opportunities there without risking much.
And I agree with my fellow trustees on events, but I think events, quite honestly, even with the success of the Lavender Festival, and I know there's been, and Josh, maybe you can add to this because you were kind of the boots on the ground in the negotiations this year, because that was one of the mayor's
Priorities.
Yeah, thank you. One of the mayor's priorities is to make sure we're starting to kind of be a little bit more aggressive on event fees. And, Josh, I don't want to speak for you, but there was also thought of, well, we'll just leave the village, and so we've got a very fine line, and I don't think we need to put so much into the event fees because then you start increasing ticket prices. Yeah, less people come. I think you can get more bang for your buck by increasing the GRT, even if it's not the full 0.75, maybe it's somewhere in between, as long as you're collecting from those vendors that are at those events. Then you're gonna get from just a, $10 fee, even if it's 50 cents on that.
I agree, trustee, and that's why I think it's good to study that. When the biopark, I've done quite a bit of work with the biopark, and when the biopark increases their fees for entry, they study it pretty heavily and compare it to other competitive events or competitive places that they work. So all I'm suggesting is that we don't jump into it, that we look at it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so Admin Avila, you said you did a little thumbnail on the lodger's tax at 100 units, 50,000 annual. Is that the 50% that we would keep, or is that in total? So would that include the marketing, the 50% we would expend on marketing, open space, and then 50% general? that full?
Board, trustee Kiefer, it is the estimated revenue from 100 units that comes to the
100%
village.
Gross, okay.
Right, and you can use it for different, different items. One half is supposed to go towards marketing and so forth. So you take a portion of that, because there is a restriction there.
Okay.
But that's at 100 units. There may be more than that in your Airbnbs, and you just don't know it. So that's where you have to count.
What do most, I guess, destination, with your experience coming from Taos, how does most municipalities of this size manage those short-term rentals, though? Because that seems to be something that's a struggle to get our hands around, of how many are truly out there, because not everybody's gonna come and get a permit.
So, yeah, that is the case. And so Village of Taos, there's only 100 residents. They're not there all the time, they're residents. So they're renting out their homes. So one of the things we have is that each short-term rental is also doing a business registration. And they're paying GRT plus the lodger's tax. And we track those, so you can track them from what is being shown on advertisement, Airbnb and so forth. You can also do an agreement with Airbnb and other short-term rental outfits to say, in lieu of lodger's tax, they're making a payment to cover that, what they're doing. So then from there, it's if you see them, they're advertised, and they're not paying lodger's tax, then those are the ones you do an enforcement with. And it's usually education, communication, and then anything else that you would do, red tagging, way down the line.
Well, to kind of, to that point, I think that's one place we've been really weak too, is enforcement of various things. And so there may be some capital that we can get, minimal as it is, kind of like, but I think there's still money on the table from enforcement that would also make neighbors happy, because there's code violations that are taking place that we all know about.
Trustees, I would also like to add that we currently have an agreement with a short-term rental company who we've been working with to try and get a handle on how many we have. We've been doing that for the past year, possibly 2 years. And so we have started that process to make sure that if they're out there and they're in our area, that they're registering for their license. And as Administrator Avila said, as they're registering, that's where you would make sure that they are also doing, their lodger's tax would have to be reported monthly. So that's where that would come in. But we do have an agreement with a company right now that could help us get that under control.
Thank you.
One thing missing is, with all these options that we're discussing, is the public reaction to these. And thank you, David, for being the one person that's here to give us some public comment. But I have a pretty good gut feel that given that people are skeptical of proliferation, I wouldn't call it proliferation yet, of B&Bs, and we have now examples of people operating these things as mini hotels where they don't even live here, as long as they get somebody to manage it that stay on the premises. So I think a lodger's tax, I think that would be a win with the public. It's not a lot of money, but I feel pretty safe about that one.
I would definitely agree.
Yeah.
I would definitely agree. And to Trustee Radovich's point about the study, yeah, I think that's also important for us to do. When was the last time that the gross receipts tax was changed?
So the gross receipt tax has not been raised in many, many years. It's actually in 2023, in 2022, the end of 2022, it decreased. It's decreased twice because the state dropped their portion that they would collect. So they dropped their portion twice. And so our gross receipt rate in January through June of 2022 was 7.4375. And that was the rate that had been in place for many years past 2018. Now our current rate dropped in July of 2022 to 7.3125 because no action was taken to keep it level. And then it dropped again in January of 2023 to 7.1875, which is the current rate because no action was taken to keep it level again.
When was the last time it raised? Do you know?
I couldn't find anything on the tax website prior to 2018. So, but from 2018 on, it's been at the 7.4375. I can do some digging with Tax and Rev and see when it was increased last, but it's been quite a while.
Tammy, when you said no action has been taken, was action presented?
No, it did not make it past the administrator and mayor.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're taking any more public comments, and that's fine if you're not.
We will at the end.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So to the point though, you know, to raise it right now, I think that we do need to really kind of think through this. And is there any thought about whether the state is going to change their posture on this in the next year or two?
None that we've heard, not for raising their portion again, no.
Okay. Were there some other comments from the board about that at all? Okay, go ahead. Okay. What about, were there other ideas in terms of raising revenue? Any other opportunities that you think we have?
I have thought, but this would be years down the line, that if the Agri-Nature Center at some point in time became some kind of a greater destination, that there could be fees attached to various things we do, or, you know, if it were and I'm just making this up, I don't think we should do this, but if there were a petting zoo there, for instance, or something like that, it could be an attraction, but I don't see that in the near future by any stretch, so. But I don't have any other ideas.
Well, and the one thing that we haven't talked about that maybe tangentially relates to what you're talking about, George, is the Anderson House. It's right now it's a house with a bunch of small rooms, and we don't know what to do with it. I'm assuming that our open space bond, the balance that we have left to use cannot be applied to that house, right?
From the meeting we had with with Eric from RBC, that can be used to renovate that house.
It can be used,
Yes.
okay. But it could still be a major expense, but it's an expense and perhaps an opportunity, but I don't know what that is yet.
And trustees, the different revenue generation that I presented to you, these were all revenue that would not incur any additional expense. When we're talking about like the Anderson home, we could definitely potentially renovate that, turn it into something and rent it out. However, to see it come to even just breaking even at that point, it'll take years. If we were to do things at the Agri-Nature Center, you know, right now we would have to have more employees for that. So there's some offset to some of those. Of course, years down the road, we would see that revenue, but the taxes that we base everything on and the taxes that we receive for our revenue is really the one place that we would see generate revenue without additional expense incurred.
The city of Albuquerque, as an example, and it's a bad example because it's such a big place, but they generate revenue through the airport. That's a money maker for the city. The biopark and the other museums that the city of Albuquerque owns or manages. Explora is another example. And the water utility, when it was part of the city. Those are all departments that actually make more money than they spend. So, we don't really have that luxury as a small municipality that kind of uses the sheriff's office, the water utility. So, when you get to a certain size, I think that you can gain revenue by the departments that are part of public health and safety, but we just don't have that ability as a small village, I don't think. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Avila? Is it okay if I call you John?
Please. So what I've heard is that we should have costs covered in events, and look at how we can have some more event facilities that we can charge fees for, and study that and see what that'll come up with. Also maybe get the input of the 4th Street businesses on what they think the GRT will serve. And that's what I picked up so far this morning. There may be some other things that I'm missing.
The other, I'll be quick. The other element that if we're looking for a study is this notion of other people's money, right? Some taxes will affect residents at some level, but it'll affect people outside the village at a much greater level, right? And there might be an appeal to that sort of breakout, right? Sorry.
You're good, you're good. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm gonna defer to Tammy and Administrator Avila for expertise, because I don't have new ideas of income sources. But one thing that I have heard, and I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm gonna put you on the spot because maybe you've heard of this, because it's been thrown out there, is can governmental entities do triple net leases, I guess if you will, with private business, so that they take on the responsibility, liability of renovations, of whatever, and essentially they're renting it from the village, but they take on the full cost of, because I am thinking something like the Anderson House. It would make perfect event center or something of that sort, but we don't have the capital to just start using it to fix it up, for it to just sit there. And we've already proven to ourselves as a village, we're not good at marketing ourselves. So if we can do an RFP, partner with a private business that is good at marketing, that wants to take that on, that can draw those people there, they use it, and they pay us, $20,000 a month, $50,000 a month, whatever it is, to use it. I think we need to really explore that, because not only do we have that property as options, but I think, the trustees, we met with a developer, and I won't mention his name because I don't want to put him on the spot, but he said, man, you guys do a pretty poor job of marketing the village, and we have a lot of beautiful spots. And if you actually kind of just looked at what you take for granted, or what we all take for granted, and said, hey, how can we market the barn, the ag center, the Del Norte open space, all these beautiful areas that we pay so much money for, and you partnered with us, we use our marketing team, we'll do all the stuff, and so that way there's no anti-donation, giving anybody anything. but we get the benefit of the gross receipts tax, we get the benefit of them drawing in the events. I think that has really not been explored at all, and even the opportunity of long-term leases.
Based on procurement, the state kind of doesn't allow you to do long-term leases, and that's where I think we wouldn't be able to, there may not be as much interest in a lease like that just because we aren't able to lease for longer than a certain amount of years without breaking some of the laws.
Right, and I, I'm very familiar with the procurement code because I had to do that when I was in government. But there are exceptions to make longer than the 4-year standard agreement. It's just a matter of figuring out what those services are, and I guess I just ask that that be explored.
I'm just going to make a suggestion. Can we move into looking at the, or are we done discussing it?
If we're done talking about revenue generation, we can move into the next part of the presentation, Tammy.
May I make a brief comment about some of the residents' ideas about that? Or would it be inappropriate right now? Because residents have been concerned about generation of gross receipt taxes, and some had some ideas.
Yeah, it's your call, yeah. Please do.
And I'll be brief.
Okay.
A couple comments in terms of,
Can you state your name?
sure,
please, and
Gordine
address the record?
McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. A couple of residents, a number of residents I've talked to have had ideas in terms of marketing the Anderson House. The Los Ranchos Historical Society has talked to the mayor about tours, particularly during Balloon Fiesta, and Josh has had some very successful events there with special chefs and other things, and there's a wonderful outdoor space that we could utilize, not during the winter, but we could do all kinds of events there, and the Historical Society would be very interested in being involved. In terms of gross receipt taxes, Teresa Real made a comment that the recently approved large state vehicle repair shop that's coming into the village may not generate a lot of gross receipt taxes because it's state and government vehicles. And she suggested that one thing that we should do is make sure that things that we approve in the village will generate gross receipt taxes, that we take a careful look at it. Something else that we have been thinking about, of course, there is the bond that you have. And not only the Los Ranchos Historical Society, but also the business and economic group that was meeting, all have, and it's also in concert with the master plan, all have wanted to have a cultural/community center where we could house our historical and digital archives of oral histories and pictures that we're collecting, but other groups could use it as well. We could have a small library in there. We could even have a gift shop if that bond were used for something like that. Many of us are saying, what can we do to enhance our village? And Maria is wonderful at raising funds. And if she could, concentrate on something like that, I think it would be a real draw because of the archaeological and historical aspect of our village. I drove down 4th Street yesterday and was appalled at how many vacant buildings we have on 4th Street. Why can't we figure something out in terms of galleries or something that would draw people, something that would be very, very unique. I know that there has been a suggestion for yet another brew pub on 4th Street. We don't want to replace the downtown brew pubs and create the same audience that Central is having problems with if we keep increasing brew pub, brew pub, brew pub. Anyway, those are just a few of the ideas. Oh, and George, we do have an alpaca trekking, and also you can go and visit and pet the alpacas at 8600 Rio Grande, and we'll have a story in the next Village Vision about that. But I think there are endless possibilities. I understand from the mayor that there is money to hire an events coordinator, and I know there are residents that would be happy to work with them. Corrales makes a lot of money on music. We could do something in the barn when the barn is usable. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, just to chime in on regarding the events and Agri-Nature Center. For starters, a lot of the public facilities, even in the city, like the biopark, an eighth of all GRT goes to the biopark, so they get 16 million a year from that. They also get a lot of grants. So most of their revenue, they don't actually make money. Most of their revenue is from either the city or from grants. And so that's kind of how, parks, a lot of public facilities, libraries, a lot of those operate that way. And the Agri-Nature Center, it's been similar. We've been able to get a lot of money through grants. And I think that has actually even offset a lot of our costs, is the grant funding that we've received both from the state and from other entities. And I think that's, as far as revenue, that's another source is grant funding. The events, the Lavender Festival, as popular as it is, it takes, close to a year of planning to make it happen, and it makes $50,000. And then everybody gets a piece of that pie. So I do think that there's some revenue that can be generated from events, but it isn't a lot, I don't think. It would take, I think, contracting an event planner and doing a lot of events throughout the year to create money through events. And then, of course, I do think that there's opportunity for a public-private partnership regarding the Anderson House or the Agri-Nature Center to kind of figure out in what ways leasing property for events might be revenue generation. Thank you.
Tammy?
Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and go department by department. I'm not gonna go line by line. I'll let you guys ask most of the questions, but we'll start with the revenue on page 1 of 8. What we're looking at here is overall, almost $1 million more, so $703,000 of revenue in this next coming fiscal year. This is based on looking at the historical of our GRT. We know that construction GRT is up right now, and that will continue. And so we have an increase in GRT that we're planning to see. We plan to see an increase in our investment income based on what we budgeted last year. The yield on our LGIP account has been very high, which has been fantastic. And so the third big chunk of money we plan to see a potential increase from our budgeted number last year is the Small Cities Assistance Grant. So those are really the big 3 areas where we plan to see an increase from last year's budget to this year's budget based on what's actually happened during the year.
Tammy, is the tower rent the fake tree?
Yes.
I was looking as well. I had no idea we were collecting that much money on rent for that tower.
Yes, we make a good amount from several companies right now.
And we do have complaints from some people in the village that they don't have very good coverage, right? For cell phone
Yes.
coverage. Yeah.
But what I used to. Verizon has changed something, but that's another story.
I changed carriers and got much better service, but I won't advertise it.
No, where I'm going with this, I mean, this is, I almost hate to mention it because is there an opportunity to put another tower? And there's, of course, nobody wants a tower in their backyard either, so.
And Mayor, trustees, part of the cell service we found out is that when it went to 5G, speed increased, but it didn't go as far. Yeah. The signal didn't extend as far.
The tower at Sonic, is that Village Tower?
It's not within the village, no.
Okay, so are there any questions on the revenue portion? Okay, so if we want to move on to the next pages, this is where we're going to start getting into our general fund expenses, department by department. So page 2 is going to have 2 departments on it. The executive legislative, which includes the mayor, administrator, and the trustees. So again, when we're looking from year to year, last year's budget to this year's budget, there really are not very many increases. You will throughout every department see an increase in payroll, and there's a few factors. Number one, we do have some new positions that we either filled or are advertising for, or we have turned from part-time to full-time. That's one of the factors. The second factor is I had a meeting with the mayor, and he wanted to go ahead and budget for a 5% COLA and 1 to 5% increase based on annual evaluation. So those will happen at different times during the year, depending on when the employee's annual evaluation is. So that is an increase you will see in payroll throughout every department.
Okay, so it's a 5% cost of living increase across the board?
Yes, that would happen July 1st.
Okay. Were you going to comment, Mr. Avila? Oh.
No, trustee. I was, yes, 5% plus, plus the COLA would be the merit. So it's 5 and 5, 10.
5 and 5
5 and then up to 5%, yes, for
merit.
for merit.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's across the board for staff and directors as well, right?
That is correct, yes. Aside from that, in the executive legislative, the budget for the other items, the mileage, per diem, training, subscriptions, and memberships, most of that did not change from last year to this year. A few of our memberships have gone up in increase, like the Municipal League, League of Cities, so we do have a slight increase there for some of those, but overall, there's really not a large overall increase in the other items.
These are including, Tammy, if I could ask, the previous administration's and the new administration's costs, right?
So I'm not exactly understanding your question.
Some of these past costs are in the fiscal year of July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, right?
That is correct. So column A are actuals starting on July 1st of last year, 2023. Actuals through March, and then annualized to the end of this fiscal year. Column B is the final budget from last year, so July 1st, from this year, 2023 through this June. So that's the budget, column B that you're looking
Thanks.
at. Do you have any other questions on the executive legislative before I move on to the judicial?
I just have a larger question that encompasses everything. So the interim budget that we see and given that we've already had 4 months of BOT meetings, are we operating off of that budget currently, and is that so when I look at your budget reports, I see the encumbered number. Is all this apply to what we see that's been encumbered?
Yes, in the B column. That's
In-
the final budget for this year
in the
that
C
we're
column?
operating off of.
The C,
No.
the B
So
column?
column C is what we are looking at for this next coming year, starting July 1. That does take into consideration what's been happening throughout the year, and that's where some of these costs, you'll see increases.
Okay, but when we see the encumbered number, what column falls into that?
So when you're talking about the cash report, that encumbered
Yeah.
number, that's gonna be column B. Because that is taking into consideration things happening during this year, and column B is the final budget for this year.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to the second department, that's the judicial. This has stayed pretty much the exact same aside from the payroll changes, and we did have a small increase to the computer software system that they have. The price has gone up every year for the support for that system, so that's really one of the only increases you'll see there, aside from salaries. Are there any questions on the judicial?
I guess the question that I have here is, numbers here are low, obviously, but I'm just not sure about what we get in terms of benefit from this. Because we're limited in terms of what the judge is able to hear. And it seems like we're carrying it along, and I just don't know what we're able to get. We have wages of $9,000 as an example, part-time. And I'm just sort of kind of concerned. I just wonder whether there's any other discussion from members of the board.
Maybe we could talk about the type of cases that the judge hears, right? Local cases and things like that, and see how important that is, right? Can anybody comment about that?
Mayor and trustees, municipal court cannot handle any civil cases, but they enforce our municipal ordinances. So if it's animal control or zoning, the municipal court is the only one that can enforce those ordinances.
Maybe
So
it's
then,
necessary.
do you have a feel then for the number of cases that have come before the court?
I can give you is probably less than a dozen cases a year. Depending on animal control and code enforcement, I think you're gonna see an increase this next year in the code enforcement. We have a new gentleman on board that has a lot of experience in code enforcement. I met with him yesterday, and I think there's some issues there. What court can do is fines and this type of thing. But I think with I'm not going to say an aggressive code enforcement officer, but somebody that's here full-time, I think you're going to see more cases go before municipal court.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, we're looking at $1,100 a year for the actual judge and $9,114 for a full year for the part-time staff, which maybe hasn't been utilized as some of us feel should have been. But I guess to your point, hopefully we'll get more bang for our buck. But this part-time person, do they do anything else is there other part-time in another role within the village? So really this is just a administrative separating of duties financially?
So she is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. Yes, currently, because we haven't had any cases coming before the municipal judge and court, I have been utilizing our court clerk to assist me in my area with specific items that I need to have done, digitalizing records, et cetera. So we're trying to make the best of her position while she's here. She only works probably maybe 10 hours a week. So when nothing is happening in the court arena, she's been assisting me. So we are trying to make the best of that position.
Okay, so just to clarify, so she is a part-time even for you? Because I was thinking maybe she was a full-time, this was just a split of financial, budget.
So this is a part-time position as municipal court clerk.
Perfect, thank you.
So basically then, that position is a position that we use as required by the court, in addition to what else you may have that individual do for the village.
Primary is municipal court, secondary is anything else that we need assistance on.
And you can see, if you're looking at the position there, you can see the actual that we plan to end the year on is much lower than the what was budgeted, and that is due to not having as many court cases. So that's where, when Fred said we may see an increase, we may see an increase to what we've budgeted for this year. But because it's been a slow year this year, we're expecting only $6,000 in salary to go to that position by the end of this year.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, board members, the decision on the court may be controlled also by the term of the judge, which I think is another 2 years. So I think it's more than just a financial decision. It's how effective ordinances are being enforced, and that's the question that needs to be answered. And probably not in this budget, but going forward, is it effective? Do you want to have a municipal court, or can you go to district court with most of the things we have? So I think the term limit does control whether or not you can continue with it. I think you have to continue until the term is ended.
I would just suggest that we take a kind of a wait-and-see attitude here, that we get reports back periodically so that we can hopefully see an upturn in terms of how the court's being used.
Okay, moving on to the next department. This is the financial administration. This is my department. Both the treasurer and I are in this department. And here again, there's, other than the salary increases, there's a slight increase in audit fees. We are changing auditors this year. And so there was a slight increase there for that audit contract. And then there's only one significant change to this, and it is, excuse me, contract services temp labor. So for this, I have requested potential contracted bookkeeping help or some sort of help in the finance department, just to help me cover everything that I'm covering back there. So that's the only large change there.
Tammy, I would defer to you because this is your help, but are you satisfied that it has to be temp, or do you think it could be someone to actually groom? Because I'm a bigger supporter of hiring to groom, just in case you win the Powerball.
So based on the workload and how this position has changed since when I took this position 5 years ago, there could definitely be a second finance person if that was something that was feasible. Right now, I handle all of the reports to the state. I handle the monthly, quarterly, year-end, payroll receipts, payables, all of the budget up to the state. I handle capital assets. I handle grant management. I handle the debt. So I handle quite a bit of information back there. I handle the audit when that comes through. When I came in, some of those items were not on my predecessor's list. So if there was room for somebody to actually come in and be an employee, that's absolutely a full-time position could be made out of that
Well, and I guess I look at 45,000, right? And I know your level would definitely deserve and require more salary, but I guess for the position you're looking at, is 45,000, or maybe even say 55,000 at an extra 10, would that be, in your experience, fair for a clerk full-time type position?
So the 45 that I budgeted was to have someone contracted and come in maybe twice a week to help me do the daily stuff that kind of bogs me down. 45 would be a little low unless it was entry level, which would require me to train a lot more. So that might be a little low. 55, you're probably looking at somebody still with less experience, but probably you could get somebody in there. I don't know. I think the hardest challenge we have here is getting somebody with experience. As we see, there's not a lot of room for growth because we don't have as many positions. And so really the only way for that person to move up is for me to resign or to win the lottery or get hit by a bus. So really
Win the lottery.
So really that's kind of the challenge we have when we're looking at filling positions here. That's why I thought we'd have a little bit easier of a time finding someone contracted to come in a couple days a week to just help out where getting some of the daily stuff done and get it off my plate. But there's absolutely enough work to be done to where we could support for sure a part-time and probably a full-time person doing just the bookkeeping, and I could handle all the other items.
Well, and of course I'll defer, because this is your, but I guess my thought process is, and I know it's hard when you bring in someone new because you are spending all that time in training that you could probably just offload to a temp service. And the hard part with our market, right, is people get the training and then they leave. So sometimes it's time not worth spent, but I guess I look at it as a career pathing and a growth opportunity. And if you're willing to spend the time, I think I'd rather invest in someone that's going to be here year after year after year that's going to learn than 45,000 this year, next year, the following year to a temp service that we never get any long-term growth from. And that's just me putting on my old HR.
Absolutely. And I think this was kind of like my thought to this was a temporary fix for now to kind of help me catch up on some of that other stuff. And then from there, potentially open it up to see if there was room for a full-time position or a permanent position. Are there any other questions on the finance department? No? Okay. So moving on to the next department on page 3. Yes.
I'm sorry, can I ask you one more question? So then you have, excuse me, let's see, where did I see it? Computer support?
Yes.
Is that outside of the contract that we already have?
That's correct. So this computer support is specifically for the accounting software. So we have Abilla accounting software. We operate on the cloud and they handle all of the maintenance, all of the updates. But we are charged a monthly fee for my user license and for all of the maintenance and support.
Let me also, if you're done, Frank, let me also ask, so the wages, in regards to the wage increase, so I heard that we're looking at a 5% COLA plus up to 5% merit, right?
Correct.
So in regards, so you applied the COLA to all the wages, right? And you didn't apply the entire 5% merit to all the wages, is that correct?
For the budget, the way I budget is you anticipate for the highest expense. So 5% COLA is applied July 1st, and then 5% is applied at the time that their evaluation would occur. So someone who came in August, we're anticipating up to 5%. So the full 5% is anticipated in the budget in August. Somebody who came in March, that 5% is not anticipated till March. And the reason we do that is because by state statute, we can't go over and exceed our expenditures. So we budget for the highest. If they were to end up getting lower than that, then we would obviously see less cash going out for that budget line item.
It doesn't seem like a good way to forecast. If we agree to the 5% COLA, that would be across the board, obviously. But in regards to merit, some get, different degrees of that. Some may get 0, some may get 5%. I mean, it seems like a better way to forecast would be just to add split it, right? 2.5%, right? That might be a more realistic way of looking at it.
So it might be a more realistic way in terms of number. However, because we budget this way to stay in compliance with the state statutes. So we can't, the only other way, if I budgeted for 2.5 and everyone got 5, I would have to do a bar before year end to make sure I'm in compliance with state statutes. So when we're budgeting, we budget for anticipating the highest. Another example is when we budget for a position right now that's not filled, we don't know if they have a family, we don't know if they have a spouse with insurance, so we budget for them taking our family insurance. If they don't take it, then that will end up decreasing and we won't use that part of the budget.
I get that, but there's a way to say, 50% of people will do this, based upon the past history. I mean, if you're budgeting for 5% merit, then basically that becomes a COLA as well. So let me ask this. So 5% COLA. How did you come by that number? Because I think other, like Sandia Labs, I don't think they had a 5% COLA. It was more like
Cost of living is usually around 3%.
Yeah, and Social Security, I don't think that was a 5% COLA either.
Well, and I think the governor's given the state 4% at least the last 3 years that I know of. So I don't know how many the village has been given the last 3 years.
The last 3 years we have received a COLA, they've been lower. We got 2%, then 3%. I'm sorry, then 4%. And then this would be 5%.
So you're still 2% less than what state employees have gotten over the last 3.
Okay, but so I mean, so I think, I'm sorry, she just left, but I think what we're saying is 5% is higher than what other agencies have been applying for a COLA. Is that correct?
This year, I would have to take the time to go and research that. I haven't looked at that to see what was given this year. The only one I've been aware of was that I heard recently was Santa Fe getting 8%. That's the only one I've heard, but I will need to go back.
Santa Fe had 8% COLA? Mm-hmm. Well, that doesn't sound like a cost of living increase.
So I think that
inflation's been down to like 4% now.
So last year inflation was high and we got lower than what inflation was, and I think that was the mayor's justification when I talked to him is last year we got a 4%, but inflation was through the roof. And I think last year, for those of you who are here, we had a discussion of like, Corrales got a 10% and they were trying to figure out what to do. And so we settled on 4. So when I had that discussion with the mayor, that's where that number had come from.
All right, I mean, the missing part is how do we compare it to other municipalities that are basically our size, like maybe Corrales, right?
So I stand corrected. State employees for this year is getting 3% for January of 2020, or sorry, July of 2024. So fiscal year 2025, they're getting 3%.
It's usually between 2.75.
But I know last year was 4.
Yeah, inflation's come down, so yeah, I would expect COLA to be less than 5%.
Mayor Pro Tem, board members, would it help if we did a 5-year comparison, so that way, some places did account for higher inflation when that was what was happening that particular year, and some didn't, and maybe this is a correction as well as just the meeting the CPI.
So yeah, so if we need a correction, that's a better argument, right? And I do want to make sure that we're equitable across the board for all people, for the staff and all the way up to the directors.
Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, also I just want to mention that over the last 4 years, we've also seen an increase in medical costs. So although we're getting a COLA of perhaps 5%, every year we've incurred an increase in our medical services. So we're trying to at least make it somewhat equitable for staff since we're so small. And a lot of hats are worn by everybody. We want to make sure that we maintain some form of happiness for our employees as well.
No, I think raises are important, but in regards to medical costs, that happens everywhere, right? So the COLA considers that. So if, let's say inflation is 4%, and your share of medical costs go up by 4%, so the COLA considers that.
Should.
It should, yeah.
But I think what you were suggesting, John, would be extremely helpful if we're able to take a look at what the 5-year growth was. Okay.
I'd agree.
Okay.
Were there any other comments about the financial administration? Anybody? Okay.
Okay. Moving on to the next item on the next department on page 3 is the Planning and Zoning Department. And this houses the Planning and Zoning Director, the Administrative Assistant in Planning and Zoning. It also takes into consideration a planner, a full-time planner, code enforcement, which last year was part-time and now is full-time, code enforcement / planner 1. And I believe there's also for an intern, budgeted for an intern to be in planning and zoning. So you will see a slightly larger increase in the interim budget for the wages because there is a new position in there that was part-time and is now full-time. That's not just salary, but that also includes all the benefits that do not come with part-time. And that's the only large change there, aside from temp labor towards the bottom of the page. So this is for a contracted person to help us in P&Z because all of our positions are not currently full, but we need the help. Last year, we only had someone contracted for a portion of the time, and we're putting in for that person to potentially be here longer during this fiscal year. Those are the only large changes in this department.
Hey, Tammy, what are the subscriptions and memberships?
Yes, so this is subscriptions and memberships in this department include like memberships for the Planning and Zoning Director or staff to be part of the APA, the Planning Association, NMLZO. This also includes American Legal, who does all of the changes on our ordinances. Let's see, it also includes the short-term, the code enforcement, the short-term rental agreement with a company that's helping us complete that. And it also includes our subscription and membership to FileMaker Pro, which houses all of our documentation and our system that.
What are the biggest costs of those 6 or so that you mentioned?
The short-term rental agreements, the FileMaker Pro, and American Legal are the top 3 costs.
Yeah, I figured that. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions on the planning department?
So you have so there's a, excuse me, a line item here on code enforcement.
Yes.
That is excluding the wages that are being, that we now incurred for the new code enforcement officer?
So yes, that is correct. That is not wages. What that code enforcement line is, that is for any potential expenses we would incur because of code enforcement. So a few years ago, we had an issue with a property where we had to go and remediate some, we had to get rid of a lot of stuff. There was some biohazard and we had to remediate that property. This is where that expense would incur if we had something like that occur during the year. Again, a couple years ago, we had a really big fee expense there, and then as you can see this year, there really hasn't been much that has happened that has had to come out of that line item. So that's kind of always a question as to what's going to happen during the year. But we want to make sure we budget for it because, again, to be in compliance with state statutes, if we do have to use it, we need some money there as a buffer.
So that could include then legal fees that we'd have to incur in order to,
No, this is just for the actual expenses of code enforcement. We have legal fees in a completely separate department.
so it's going to be an expense to the village for our remediation of the problem.
That is correct.
Were there any other comments, questions from anybody?
I think these budgets are good. I don't have any, especially that code enforcement. I mean, it's important.
Mayor Pro Tem, board members, there's in revenues, an expectation that we're lower in building permits. But with that extra person here, I'm assuming that these building permits are run through code enforcement, and therefore maybe that's not a negative number, but you're actually going to get in the black number. So although it's not on here, that may be the trade-off for at least covers some of this extra salary for code enforcement, or in the P&Z, in the P&Z section.
I guess the other question I have, stormwater team participation. What is that about?
That is something I cannot answer.
I don't do this, but I have done, actually, John could probably do this as well. So we are under an MS4 stormwater permit in the region. Village of Los Ranchos participates as well as all other area agencies, including the flood authorities, county, city, municipality, even the Conservancy District, in a regional permit for stormwater discharge into the Rio Grande. And the stormwater team is the promotion and, if you will, marketing project of that permit that gets the word out on pollutants and the causes of pollutants in the Rio Grande. And that's a function of planning and zoning in the Village of Los Ranchos.
Okay. No other questions from anybody?
No, yeah, maybe so. To follow up on that stormwater permitting. So most of the residential area basically doesn't go to a storm drain, right? For example, everything that falls in my yard will eventually just soak into my yard. It doesn't go anywhere. Where about are we funneling stormwater into the river?
You don't have a direct discharge like other agencies do that may discharge directly treated wastewater into the Rio Grande. And you have a storm, so you're specifically dealing with stormwater in the village. Your ordinance requires retention of all stormwater on public and private property. You don't have a discharge system in general. You have two infrastructure systems that capture stormwater, but they drain to the field at Taft Middle School. Or you don't even discharge into MRGCD facilities. But because you're an agency that regulates stormwater, you're subject to the EPA MS4 permitting.
We're a partner in the MS4 permit, along with Rio Rancho, City of Albuquerque, Corrales, I believe, Skafka, Amafka.
Town of Bernalillo, Amafka, Skafka, Bernalillo County. Yes, you fall within that jurisdiction, and it's actually, instead of individual permits, the region got together and requested one. So no, your fees are proportionate to population and facility. So the Village of Los Ranchos should be exponentially less than, say, Town of Bernalillo that directly discharges into the river, or City of Albuquerque, Rio Rancho. But you are still under and would have to administer your own permit if you were not participating in the regional one.
And the MS4 permit is a federal permit.
Yes, EPA.
Okay, thank you.
Can we move on? Yeah. All right, very good.
Okay, moving on to the next, page 4. This is the biggest department we have in the general fund. This is the general administration. And so you will see a couple changes in payroll. We last year budgeted for a part-time position that we are no longer budgeting for. However, we are adding a full-time position here to try and bring someone in-house to handle all of the Village Vision magazine, from design to working with the advertisers, invoicing, all of it. So that is a position, a full-time position we added here. That's really the only change up at the top portion. That includes payroll. When you're looking at the remainder of the expenditures in this department, the biggest change is going to be for attorney's fees. And that's really the biggest change for the whole thing. The attorney's fees were budgeted based on everything going on right now in the village and our current attorney's fees and how much they have been over the past couple months. We've been having to work with several attorneys. And so based on that and the potential for these to continue, these situations, the litigation that is happening right now to continue, we've increased our budget quite a bit.
So, yeah, about attorney fees, if I could jump in. I think the public needs to know that, and this is only going back to the previous fiscal year, 23-24, was 170,000. And I suspect if we go back further, it would even be a lower number. And now we're more than double. And for reasons that we can explain, but I think the public needs to be aware that, you know, we're basically another $180,000 in attorney fees.
Could you, I had a couple comments on this section if I could, Mayor Pro Tem. One is the postage, and I'm going to return to the attorney fees in a second, but the postage and mail service, would you say that Los Ranchos is digitally oriented? Because in a lot of the world, you know, we're no longer using as much postage and, you know, FedExing and mail and et cetera, because everything's become digitized and or digital, and we're just not using as much as a society. Could you kind of give us a little bit of an indication of what that 13,000 covers? Because it seems high.
Sure. So first, stamps are keep going up. They're at like 68 cents right now, and they're wanting to increase them to 73 cents. Not a lot gets mailed out right now. When I cut checks, that's one of the big times that they get sent out. We have started this year a process where there's a lot of companies that do ACH. So any of those companies, we are starting the process that whoever our check signers are, 2 people can sign off on that invoice to pay at ACH to avoid some of those additional
That's true,
costs.
that's a fee, yeah.
And so, but one of the bigger mailing out that happened is when P&Z has to notice to all of the residents within a certain area. That's when the huge bulk of that occurs. And with stamps going up, that's why there is an increase there. That's the biggest one, because I send out maybe 20 checks at a time.
That makes sense.
When that's happening, it's a lot more.
Yeah.
And so that's the biggest one, and because of our aging population, that's probably the best way to continue reaching out and doing that.
That makes sense. Thank you for that. The magazine printing and publishing and advertising has a budget of about $45,000. It looks like that's about what we spend on that magazine.
Yes, and that is for the printing from the place that we have
Starline,
it printed, right? Starline, and that's also for the bulk mail out. So the bulk mail out that goes to every village resident, that's included in that number.
that may be something we want to, I mean, I think the Village Vision is a great addition to our village. I think we don't use it enough for discussion of important aspects of what we're involved in as a village. And we've brought this up before. So, you know, we spend quite a bit of money on it. So it seems to me, and it has improved, I think, since Mayor Craig took office in January. I think it's become a little more relevant. I think it could be more relevant. I think there could be op-eds, et cetera. It could be used in some ways like a little more of a combination of a, you know, I don't know what to call it, a coffee table. Yeah, a little more newspaper-like that way. So just a comment, I think, you know, I don't think the cost is extravagant for what it is. The subscriptions and memberships, those again, could you give just a little more detail about what those are?
Sure. So some of these are for different memberships that the clerk has for the clerk's organization. This line item houses all additional subscriptions and memberships for the whole staff except for executive and P&Z. So anything else falls under here. But there's also a water service charge that we have from MRGCD. We pay a portion to be part of the City of Albuquerque umbrella for insurance. That's housed here. We also have some fees for Adobe Pro for all of our users to use, Dropbox, Live Control. Live Control is what we use during our meetings to stream. Zoom, another expense from our meetings. We also have New Mexico 811 annual fee, our annual air control fee, Squarespace, which is what our website operates off of, Blue Skies app, which is something that we use for our, I believe it's our website as well, but I'd have to double check that with our IT. And I think that is
It all adds up.
Yes.
Everything's subscription service these days.
Yes.
Okay. To go back to the attorney fees, how much of that is us as a village defending ourselves from the lawsuits that we had and or defending our mayor and
I would have to, I don't have that information in front of me. I'd have to get that information for you.
I see.
Yeah, I don't even have a clue to be able to throw out a number, but I can definitely look that up and get that information.
I just think we need to really watch that and really be careful. We're spending a lot of money on just that. And we need to start to move on. And
and the other item for the increase is our last village attorney, their hourly rate to the new one. The new one is quite a bit higher, about $145 higher an hour. So that, and we now will have a general counsel and a litigation counsel. So we're gonna pretty much be seeing potentially double each month depending on what's happening. Yeah. So that fee has increased a lot as well.
Yeah. Well, and in the immediate term.
We need what?
Yeah, in the immediate term, I believe that these fees are going to start going down once we complete the mediation that we're going through with the Village Center. Okay, and so you know, once that's done, I think we'll have a much better idea about what the additional cost is going to be.
You mean Palindrome in particular?
Palindrome, yeah.
I look forward to that day.
I assume any legal fees in regards to Guadalupe Chavez has gone away. Okay.
A couple questions that I had, though, were about, you have in here professional services in addition to computer support. The professional services are for what kinds of individuals?
Those are for different professional services we may potentially need. One of them is for transcription services. If we have a Board of Trustees meeting that is potentially going to be in litigation, we have those transcribed for us verbatim so that we have that information. We also have budget in here for facilitation of any potential meetings, and then we have our budget for our lobbyist.
Yeah, the lobbyist. Could you break that out? How much are we paying for a lobbyist?
Let's see here. So her contract is for $2,200 a month.
Okay.
So, to clarify, just because I want to make sure on the professional services, I know, Danielle, you and I spoke and you kind of said you would love to have someone do minutes if at all possible for the meetings, and, and I think that may be something that's better suited for someone to use your time more efficiently. Is this amount to do it full-time, or is this just on an as-needed basis?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, last year I budgeted for assistance for contract employee just to assist with the minutes, strictly the minutes, because once that is taken off my plate, I can concentrate on all my other areas that I need to, because that time, turns into a 4-hour meeting, turns into 20 hours of work dedicated to trying to get the minutes taken care of. So I did contract with an individual at the end of last year. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. The individual just wasn't meeting the deadlines, which I have to meet statutorily. So I'm looking at other options, and it is budgeted in this, so I can go back out and hopefully secure somebody. But as you and I had spoke, that maybe we could do a job share between accounting and perhaps my office, so that way we can have somebody kind of support both of us. But again, as I shared, what we need to do is make sure that this person is high integrity. They will be looking at financial numbers, payroll, et cetera, and have, a high level of professionalism. And it's a little bit tough finding some folks out there. So we're challenged in that respect. But yes, I would love to have that.
But this amount, I guess, to that point, this amount includes that dream wish of having that person.
Tammy?
This amount only includes $5,000 for transcription, which we send out to another company. It does not include that.
Okay, because I was looking at the full 100,000. Because wasn't it under professional services computer support?
No, professional services computer support is for the IT.
That's what I was wondering. Okay, I misheard. So then this is the contract services.
The 39,400 is the total there, and 5,000 of that is for transcription.
Only 5,000.
Correct.
Okay.
So should the professional services be higher to cover what Danielle was talking about in terms of our budget?
Tammy?
So
we keep going back and forth. Apologies, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. Like I said, last year was a little bit of a challenge getting this contract employee. So when we were preparing this budget, I may have thought the amount that I had submitted for this services may have only encompassed transcription services solely, in the event that I had to have professional service for verbatim minutes, and perhaps did not include a part-time staff person. So if that's the case, we'll probably have to revisit this.
Or maybe that 26,000 that we took off on wages part-time, we add that 26,000 back in.
So one of the things that was discussed was the full-time position that we added to this department for the magazine was potentially that being one of the other duties as assigned.
Got it. Okay. All right. I always love other duties as assigned. Okay. Thank you. Did you guys have any more questions? Oh yeah, I have some. Well, not question. Just doing some round numbers on the attorney's fees. Again, we want to point out for the public, but it looks like we've already spent $384,000, correct, from July of 2023 to March of 2024?
No, so this is
I'm sorry.
an annualized number, so it's the actual through March, and then it is annualized for the last 3 months. But I can tell you through March, we have spent $288,328.
So column A is annualized, not fiscal year.
It is annualized, but through the fiscal year, so it's actual numbers from July through March, and then annualized for the last 3 months, based on the actual numbers of the first 9 months.
Got it. Okay. And of that, when I looked at the board packet of last year, about 60,000 was the new stuff from January under the new administration. So the previous was all prior to. Is that a correct assumption?
The last board packet only included up through through February. Well, through March, sorry, yeah. So it does not include the last month, but I don't remember the exact amount. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just looking at this board packet, and it looked like a lot of it for Chapel Law Firm was through March, and then Ward Firm was through February. But I too, along with my fellow trustees, would love to see that month to month going back to 2022, because that's when the lawsuit started. Was in June of 2022 is when the big meeting happened, I should say, and then it was shortly after that the lawsuit started. So would love to see that month to month.
Okay, I can definitely do that.
I guess the other question I have, I imagine when you're talking about contract services for temp labor, that's seasonal folks typically?
No, that is actually our lovely Maria, our project manager.
Oh, okay.
How many contractors do we have, Tammy? Do you know, or Danielle, versus employees?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem trustees. We have Ms. Maria Rinaldi, we have Mr. Fred Radozovich. We currently have Mr. Brennan Williams in PNC. We consider contract, and not so much an employee, but I don't know if it's under this, but our IT firm that we also have. We also have our design person for the Village Vision, and I feel like I'm missing one.
Our lobbyist is considered a contractor as well.
The lobbyist.
I think that's it.
I think that kind of sums it all up.
Thank you.
Other questions for anybody?
Sure. Just a comment. So in regards to the magazine budget of 45,850, I assume. Yeah, that's correct, right? 45,850.
That is correct.
So we generate some revenue from that, and I think last year it was like 35,000. So it's costing the village a net of maybe 10 or 11,000, right?
No, because the 45,000 you're talking about is just the printing, publishing, and advertising. We also have budget last year, or during this current fiscal year, we also have the contractor who does the magazine design. So there's those two portions for the expenses on the magazine. And the revenue that comes in for the magazine is about 35,000.
Okay, so, I mean, some of that cost is offset. So the magazine costs us net maybe 11,000 to maybe a little bit more than that? Or
it's probably closer to like net, let me look at it for you really quick. I think it's probably closer to, we're losing probably about 25,000.
Okay.
And would we keep that same expense, Tammy, if we're bringing it in-house?
So the expense for the advertising, publishing, the 45,000, that would stay, because that is for Starline, who actually prints the magazine and gets it out and actually distributes it.
It's the design part that we would bring in-house.
That is correct.
And so that's been netted to zero in
In this
where?
budget, yes.
Okay.
That's all. No other questions? Anybody? Okay.
Okay, on to page 5. We have 2 departments here. The first one's pretty simple. It's the public safety. And the one item that we have here is our contract services for public safety with our public safety liaison, Fred Radosevich.
Okay.
The next department is 1960, which is our facilities department. This no longer includes animal control, but it does include all of the parks and the streets maintenance. Here you will see that the biggest increases are for maintenance projects for both buildings and structures and grounds and roadways. The other large increase is going to be for utilities. So all of our utilities are housed here for all of our facilities, and we now have the Anderson property, which was purchased in September. So we have that's coming in this year, and potentially any security that we might need to obtain if we need any when Old Village Hall starts, that process starts.
Yeah, so that's gone up significantly.
Where did animal control move to?
That is under the ag department right now, because our animal control officer is part-time animal control, part-time animal husbandry.
He's got a fun job.
Tammy, utilities, that is all of, that's power, gas, not gasoline for vehicles, but.
It is power, so electric, gas, water. It also includes the security for the Ag Center and the Anderson property as well, and potential security for Old Village Hall if that's needed at some point during this fiscal year. We did receive information. We did get, of course, an increase on the electric bills of 5%. So that takes that into consideration as well.
What about the former Miller's Feed property, since that'll be vacant soon? Does that have security for that potentially in case, maybe, I don't know?
No, but that is somewhere we could use it instead of Old Village Hall, being that we now have more time to spend that money. That may not happen as quickly. We thought we were going to be needing to have it done by December, but now we have some extra time, so we could definitely use it at Miller's Feed instead if necessary.
Sorry, did you have some? Okay. So back up to contract services, public safety. The increase is 53%, and we were already talking about COLAs and that sort of thing. Are we talking about more hours for Fred?
Yes, this is based on more hours. As you can see, based on the annualized number, we plan on ending higher than we had budgeted for, based on just what he has been involved in and what he has been doing. So this would be more hours.
That's right.
Sorry, Fred.
Yes, okay. The annualized budget, yeah, okay. But from the previous year, it went up by 53%. So not 50% more hours, but a significant increase in hours. Okay.
But I think he's doing more than he was, and we're seeing more sheriff's presence than we were.
Don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. I have a question that's related, I guess, and maybe this is a question for you, Fred. I have heard from residents that they'd even like more sheriff office presence. Is that even possible? And when I say presence, I mean, you know, the example that was given me yesterday by a constituent was when the sheriff's office had a kind of speed, I don't know what to call it. I don't want to call it a speed trap, but by the church on El Pueblo between 2nd and 4th, it really changed people's habits going down that street, and people are going 25 miles an hour. And they aren't always on Rio Grande, as an example, especially the commuters. Is it possible that the budget could be increased for a greater presence of sheriff's officers for things like what they did on El Pueblo, on Rio Grande or other streets?
Mayor and Trustee, we currently budget on the law enforcement side $50,000 for overtime projects. To be honest with you, they are not spending much of it because they are having a very tough time getting their deputies to work overtime. And this is a national trend now where you're paying, and I'm going to use this as an example, Bernalillo County starts their deputies off at about $38 an hour. And so it's a very good livable wage now. So they're not having to work overtime to meet their expenses. But one of the things that the captain has, and Captain Kimbrough is back in the North Valley now, coming back from headquarters. They have been scheduling their people on their regular time to work these speed enforcement programs. Their traffic unit, he oversees their traffic unit. So they've been doing on El Pueblo, even though Paseo is really not in the village, it is and it isn't. They've been doing a lot of operations on Paseo in recent months. But I think one of the things that we need to, I'll say, keep the pressure on them is to make sure they continue to spend the time in the village, and they have been. And we still have that money available to them to work those operations.
So the budget is in good shape. They're not actually able to spend it as much as we might like.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
While you're up there, Fred. Yeah, so I've been really pushing on this overtime pay issue. So I hear what you're saying is the problem is not the money, it's getting people to do it. I assume that the county has issues with bringing back retired officers that are on pension, maybe that, which is a sad thing if that's the case, because I mean, Sandia Labs actually allows retirees like myself to come back and not impact the pension on a part-time basis. But is that the problem? I mean, I would imagine there's retirees that would be happy to have a part-time job.
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, actually, we were able, I say we, the law enforcement and municipal league were able to get the state statute to change effective July the 1st. Their law enforcement, fire, and EMS will be allowed to bring back retirees as long as they are working in the field. So you can't bring a guy back to sit in the office, but as long as they're out in the field handling calls. So I am thinking and discussing this with the captain and other law enforcement leaders, we're gonna see some people come back. So that will increase those staffing levels. And I really believe that that may be something that we might be able to tap at the village and possibly work with the sheriff to say, could you bring somebody back? We'll help pay that $50,000 or whatever to work more traffic in the village. So I think that's a viable option at this point.
Good, thanks.
Fred, question, and only because, you know, I guess I hear it a lot. You know, anytime you turn on the TV, you see that, you know, police officers have dangerous positions. And I'm sure there's areas of the city that people would prefer to work in over other areas from an exposure standpoint. And I can't imagine, and I think you and I have talked, that the North Valley is one of the kind of coveted areas that most people want to work. So is there any way in incentivizing, you know, the North Valley command that we use of, hey, get an extra officer here because it is a more desirable sub to work out of, and use that money to not necessarily be overtime per se, but kind of inadvertently we get our own sheriff without getting our own sheriff.
Free breakfasts at the El Camino?
Yeah, exactly.
Mayor and Trustee Keep, I think there's a lot of opportunities we're going to be able to explore in July when they see that effect of I just saw an advertisement for like state police, an example. They're trying to bring back some of their retirees. My understanding from talking to a couple of people there, they're getting a pretty good success to work the areas that they want to work in instead of going to, and I'll use this as an example, if you live in Albuquerque for state police and you're having to work in Gallup, well, you don't want to do that. So I will tell you, our MOU with the Sheriff's Office expires in October. I've been meeting with the captain to re-look at that. And I think those are some of the things with this new law that comes in effect in July and some of the things that we're doing with the Law Enforcement Protection Fund. I really believe that their staffing levels are coming up. And if their staffing levels are coming up, we're on any given day, if they're at full strength, at one time we had 8 to 10 deputies assigned to the North Valley on every shift when their staffing levels are full. And I think they're slowly getting back up to that now. And I think with that and some of the things that we can help them with, I think we'll get a lot more coverage and a lot more visibility than and again, I think we get a lot. You had an incident that came up on your, and a lot of people say, well, how come you see 3 or 4 deputies all at one call? Well, in the North Valley, that may be the only call going on at the time, so everybody's trying to get there to see what's going on. So, because the North Valley is a great assignment for deputies. Not the younger ones, because they like the action, but for the guys that are been around a while, they love coming to the North Valley and work in this area. They really do.
So budget-wise, are we good? Knowing that we may get more potential for officers to work here and you know, do more work, is our budget adequate?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee, you should never ask somebody if you have enough money, especially in government, because we never have enough money.
I figure you're an honest guy.
But I think where we're budgeting, Tammy and I talked about this, I think we're fairly consistent with what we're doing. If it looks like we need to make an adjustment down the road, I think we're willing to do that. But we didn't want to increase it more this year when we haven't spent a lot of it to begin with. So, but I think I don't think we'll need to come back, because I think with just the regular presence and the amount that we have, I think we'll be fine.
Thanks for your honest opinion.
And Tammy, where do we find that 50,000? Is that in the general fund or?
No, that actually comes out of the 211 fund. And so, well, I guess you can sort of see it in the general fund. That 50,000 is listed as a transfer. So on the last page, there's a column for transfers, but they're all lumped together. So we have a few transfers there, but I budget to potentially transfer out the full 50,000 into the 211 fund. But depending on the actual expenses that happen, less has been transferred these past years.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? Okay. Can I suggest that we take a stretch?
Yeah.
Good idea?
I agree. How are we doing on time? Are we getting through this quickly enough?
Yeah, we're doing great on time.
Okay,
Great, okay. Let's go ahead and do that.
all right, I agree.
Okay, take 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Just take a stretch.
And I'll, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm
I know
going to
you
leave
have
at
to
that
take
point.
off. Good luck, George.
Thanks.
Make sure I understand.
Remember
There's a.
Oh,
well, remember
time is 10:40 a.m. We'll be back at 10:50 a.m.
started causing floods, et cetera. And the same happened on Guadalupe Trail when we talked about it, that they don't want a wider swath of asphalt. They want a more rural approach to road improvements.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, that road fund's around 2 million.
So where's
the
that?
way I
Where's
read-
that?
It is right, was it on this page? Sorry, it takes me a while to see now.
Better for you.
the next department, which is the Ag Enterprises.
Okay, yes, so the next on page 6 is the Ag Enterprise Department. This is where we do everything for the Ag Center. This includes our Ag Program Manager, our assistant at the Ag Center, and this also includes a part-time farmer, or a seasonal farmer, I'm sorry, and also animal control / animal husbandry. So again, you won't see a big increase here in honestly, in anything really. You'll have the same increase in payroll that we've discussed in the other departments. And then when you look down at the remaining expenses, a few of these have gone up, a few have gone down, but overall, the change that is happening here is based on pretty much payroll. So do you have questions on specific line items?
Okay, it's just so it's clear, so this does not include any maintenance or security in regards to the Anderson House, right?
That is correct. That does not include that. Maintenance and security of the Anderson House is under the Facilities Department.
Does this include Jacobo services?
Mayor, trustees, no, Jacobo is our contract farmer for Del Norte, but when we ask him to do improvements, whether they be to do a ditch or something like that, in the past, that's been coming out of the Rescue Act funds. We had budgeted some funds to do improvements for Del Norte. We don't anticipate paying him for too many services in the coming year. He'll just be doing his farming.
Okay. Because I know there was always the question of the expense versus the revenue with his services. So I'm trying to figure out where the expense part is reflected versus the revenue part.
Yeah, Mayor, trustees, so his services, the expenses are things that we have asked him to do just to get Del Norte open space to the condition that we wanted it in with, whether it's fencing, trail work, ditch work, leveling, and those kind of things. And he's done that over the past couple seasons, and now it should just be farming. And that's just to kind of maintain that property and to keep it as green open space. That's why we have contract services for farming there, so that we can maintain it without having to have employees do that.
Okay. Now, if there was a project, so let's say we decide we want to add, I don't know, grapevines. And so they require a whole drip system. Would it come out of this budget, the agricultural side, because it's an agricultural project? Or is this strictly just Ag Center and not all of our open space? I guess I'm just trying to understand.
So this department in the past and in this budget that's presented is just encompassing the items that go on at the Ag Center. Okay. So anything that happens on any of our other facilities would be out of the Facilities Department, except like Josh mentioned, this past year, expenses that have been incurred over at the Paseo del Norte project have all kind of fallen under the project that we've just called the Paseo del Norte Infrastructure Project. And that has all been paid for by Rescue Act money. We still have Rescue Act money and money for that project budgeted this next year. It's a lot less than this past year because we've done a majority of the big work. But if we wanted to do something new that was not talked about now beforehand, and it was something new, that would be a discussion that we would have to talk about. Where are we going to take that from? So that has not been budgeted to do something new.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm wondering, Josh, so to what degree then are we able to defer some of these costs due to the funding that you're able to secure, the grants that you're able to secure?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, thanks for the question. The grants that we receive have been for individual projects. So, for example, we received a grant to put a trail through the Ag Center. We received a grant to create a plaza and outdoor kitchen out in front of the Ag Center. We also received the Specialty Crop Block grant to renovate the kitchen and get new kitchen equipment. And we just applied for a grant to do ADA bathrooms in the warehouse. Let's see, I think there's a couple more, but so a lot of them are for specific projects. However, if you notice, there was budgeted $25,000 for ADA bathrooms at the Ag Center. If we receive this grant, that'll offset that. So it does offset sometimes we budget for things and then we get grants and we're able to not spend that money out of the general fund because we're able to get grants to cover those improvements.
And thanks for doing that, by the way. That's great. Okay, thank you.
I guess I've got one question just because this is new to me and so I'm learning. And I appreciate all the grants. So when grants are requested, I guess, does each respective manager, so you as the manager of the Ag Center, do you look for those grants and apply for those grants? And then, you know, Maria does the same thing for, you know, the big projects and I don't know, maybe Fred does it for public safety type grants, or is it, I guess, how is that direction come? Is it independently directed? Is it an administration directed? Is it, I guess, kind of, how does that work? Because there is a lot of money out there, so it's, how are we coordinating it?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. I have just kind of looked for grant opportunities and applied for them. Recently, with our contract with our lobbyist, she has offered to help with grant writing for the village and has put together a spreadsheet of grant opportunities that she thinks we could go for based on the projects and the things that we have going on, anywhere from Ag Center things to village facilities. And so we're going to look at that and the deadlines throughout the year and see what we can apply for. And she can help with writing those grants. I can help with writing grants and whoever else wants to.
But to the point, I think I think it would be a great idea if we had a central location where those grants would be posted, and we can get, as trustees, we can get a kind of an overall report on the grants that are coming in, and as well as what the responsibility is going to be on these grants for matching funds. Because that obviously is going to affect our own general fund. Sure, please do. Okay.
So I was hired specifically for infrastructure.
Is there budget for more microphones?
It's green, there we go, okay. So I was hired specifically for infrastructure.
Yep.
And the projects that I work on have to be in a overriding document, ICIP, master plan. I work only within those. So 4th Street obviously was the 25-year plan to get 4th Street done. Chavez Road came up in public discussion, was added and ranked in the top 5 of the ICIP. So I was charged with seeking funding for that. My expertise is infrastructure. I've done everything. I've done economic development. I'm a certified Main Street program manager. I was the executive director of the New Mexico Wine Festival for 25 years. I only do project infrastructure now. That's what I'm hired for. That's the only thing I do for any of my clients. But all projects, all grant funds that I seek are directed by those overriding documents and or budget authority. Because I know infrastructure so well and funding sources, I was asked to assist with additional roadway funding. So now we are part of the New Mexico State Road Fund that gives us our crack seal and our paving and our drainage money, all of that. So all of those things, it's not, I don't spend my time at night thinking, what else could I apply for? What I apply for has to be directed by these documents that have been approved by the mayor and board of trustees.
What I'm suggesting though is, and listen, I totally agree, Maria.
Oh, so one other thing I want to say, before I apply for a grant, the first person I go to is Tammy, and I say, I call it something different, in the gas tax, transportation tax, whatever the revenue that's generated by sales of gas tax within the village, do we have the capacity to meet this match requirement? If the answer is no, we don't apply. If the answer is yes, within this range, we apply for within this range.
What I'm just suggesting though is that we have a way to, or a place to centralize all of those grants that we are receiving. And I know, and we get individual reports from the department so that we certainly hear that. But I think it would be helpful for us to have kind of a running list of what all those grants are, in addition to the ones that we do for infrastructure, okay? So the reports that you give us on infrastructure are very complete. But I'd certainly like to be able to see all of them so that we have a better idea about what our obligation is gonna be. I'm sorry, John, you have a point to make?
Yes, Board of Trustees, Mayor Pro Tem. It sounds like you want to have the grant management at least reported a little more, if not transparently, a little more often, whatever the case might be. Maybe that's one of those tasks that the person coming in could take on and make more present, because you're already doing the numbers. It's a matter of maybe just having that and then having some sort of loop that says, okay, here's how we're communicating. If you don't want to go ahead with the grant, we know way ahead of time. And when we're applying for other grants, you know about it ahead of time. I think you're already getting that, but this will make it a little bit more present, a little more public, maybe.
I think you're on the right track, and I don't want to speak for Trustee right now. I'll speak for myself. You know, a lot of the people don't like change. I mean, it is what it is. And especially when people don't feel like they're part of the process. And so there is the perception in the village that the village just goes after free money and will do whatever they want with it whenever they get it, without any consideration to the villagers. And so I guess in order to help change that perception and to alleviate it, I guess that was part of why my question was, I don't understand, you know, who was the central keeper of the information, because if Josh, you know, as the ag manager was going out and saying, hey, look, there's a grant for the road, there's a grant for the outdoor kitchen, there's a grant for this, you know, and then we've got the relief funds that came in, and you know, the previous administration made a lot of decisions of what to do with the money, I think what the public tended to feel of enough input from them. And so I guess what I'm trying to look at is how that process works. And I know that's not part of this, but because grants came up, is we want to start putting the horse before the cart, where people feel like the cart's before the horse, of we're getting all this money, then we have all these financial obligations that are tied to this money. And now we're kind of stuck doing it the way that financial obligation obligates us to do it. So I guess what I'm really trying to look at is how do we streamline that, and before we even apply, how do we get public input? And I don't know the deadlines on grants. I mean, they may be too quick sometimes. And to Maria's point, you know, she's working on the ICIP documents and the master plan. But I mean, if you ask a lot of the village residents about their thought process on the master plan, they'd say it's junk. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I know a lot of time's been spent on it, a lot of time has been worked on it, but I'm trying to figure out how do we unite the conscientious development with getting the free money that we so desperately need and blend the two together with public support.
In regards to grants, so after you check the boxes to see if we meet the requirements for the grant or matching contribution, whatever, who gives you the green light? And this could be to Maria or Josh to go ahead and apply for the grant.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, the grants that I've gone for at the Agri-Nature Center, they've always been discussed first with the mayor and administrator before I've applied. And they haven't been funds that are directed for something. I write the grant as to what they should be for. You know, they don't say you have to spend it on an outdoor kitchen. We decided that we have a development plan for the Agri-Nature Center. Part of that was an outdoor classroom space with a kitchen. And so we look for opportunities that fit that. We've needed ADA bathrooms for the Agri-Nature Center for a long time. That's been in our ICIP. And so I've looked for grant opportunities that fit that. So first we say, okay, what is our goal for what we want the Agri-Nature Center to look like? What are the areas that need improvement? And then we find grants that fit that. We don't try to go after grants to fund something that isn't already in our plan for the space, if that makes sense. And we also are looking at, matches. All of these grants that I listed don't have matches. The one we just did for ADA bathrooms has a 5% match, so they are very low match requirements.
So I'm trying to think of a particular grant where there was a misstep, where we did not, we were doing something contrary to what the public was wanting to do. And I'm coming up empty, but you might have a good idea. So I think let's talk about forestry for a moment. It was number one in our ICIP, and so we already knew we wanted to do it. It was about how do we fund it, and we already knew we didn't have the funding in place to fund the entire thing by the village, right? So I don't know if we misstepped anywhere, but you might have a different impression.
Well, I know there's a lot of people that are looking at the Chavis multi-use trail, right? Granted, that's still in design phase, but a lot of people are saying, hey, with the Chavis Guadalupe project being there, with the Pelodrome project being right there, you're putting all this concentration of stuff in this area. You go up to Green Valley, there's a lot of people that say, hey, that building was just fine as it was. We don't need a whole refurbishment of the old Village Hall. I mean, so it depends on what each individual person sees as value. And so it is very subjective, but I think you get past the negative perception by inclusion, and that's all I'm asking for.
I mean, you'll find people on both sides that are opposed to the various projects that you mentioned, and there was a public process in place to rank those things.
That's exactly why we do the ICIP process and the master planning process and the reporting on a regular basis.
And you know, I would say from the ICIP process that I was when I was here, and it's our previous administrator puts up stickies on the wall. I don't think that's a true interactive, professional, public input session. My opinion.
So, board, Mayor Pro Tem, what I'm hearing is more public input, especially in the ICIP process. That needs to start now. The timeline on the ICIP is that by August, we're turning things in. So I guess a survey of the public without, putting it to a vote, a survey of public opinion might be of use. So that's one of the things we're looking at. And just from what I'm hearing here, it sounds like we should go forward with something like that to get the wider community's input on that.
Sorry, you go. One final thing, in regards to the American Rescue Act, is there an expiration date on that, or when we need to spend it?
Yes, there is. We need to spend it by next June, this coming June.
This coming June? Oh,
Not 2024,
oh, I see. Okay.
of this budget, so 2025.
And what's the balance on that?
About 650,000. We do have,
Interesting.
we do have projects that
Okay.
are going right now, and so that balance will start to come down. One of them is the Paseo del Norte infrastructure project.
Yes.
As I get those invoices and I get those out, that will start to reduce. There are some other, let me see here, some projects that we have budgeted for in there. One of them is the asphalt walking trail here at Hartnett Park. It's very wavy. We've heard a lot of complaints in the safety of it, and so we have started obtaining quotes to get this redone. That is one of the projects there that we have budgeted for there. Another potential budget for in that grant is the MOU expenses for this coming year with the Sheriff's Department. We may be able to pull those out of there instead of our own general fund. That's another potential use there. And there's also, let's see here, some cost that will be on the Paseo del Norte infrastructure project for tree work. So those are some of the projects that are budgeted for this next coming, the budget year we're looking at. However, there is still some money there that does not have a project associated to it. One of the ideas we have had is that potentially we could use some of that money for one of the payments that is increasing our IGA. So that would reduce our general fund expenditure and take it out of Rescue Act. When we first received the Rescue Act money, the first year we received it, we did take one of, actually two of the payments to the IGA out of the Rescue Act funds. So we are able to use it for that. So that is something, a consideration we could do to reduce our general fund expenditures.
Yeah, so this is I mean, obviously with the short timeline, we need to stay on top of it, right? And it's a good chunk of money. I mean, I don't think I have an issue with anything you mentioned, but we ought to see a list of the projects that are planned and how we're going to spend it. Make sure it's the right projects, and that we're on schedule to spend all that money.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea. Yeah. I mean, I really do. I don't think we want to be caught in a situation where we get down to to April or May of next year and are scurrying around in terms of finding how we want to spend that money.
Absolutely, and that is one thing, that is one reason why I've started looking at this, and it is something I will sit down with John to go over now that he's here, to show him the projects that are currently ongoing and we're spending on, and then where we have what we have left, and then we can present that to you. That way, that's something I am not in favor of, is last minute, and that's why I would rather spend it on bigger chunks of money instead of trying to nickel and dime a few projects and then be at the last minute trying to spend a chunk of money because those projects came in under budget. So that is also something I'm in favor of.
Yeah, and the degree to which we can get, public input on that, I think would even just improve the likelihood of those projects to be successful in the public's mind. Okay, so if there's a way to do that early on, and so the public's aware of it, and then we can go ahead and actually provide, we can do a resolution, and then we can be able to move forward, making sure that we have, the buy-in in order to do it.
So there are some restrictions on what the money can be spent on. So if we are going to get public input, we will definitely have to first come up with our, what we want to spend it on, and then go from there, because there are some things we are not allowed to spend it on.
Maybe what would be a more streamlined process is to allow our staff to propose the projects and then have the public comment in terms of priority, right?
That would certainly work, yeah, that would certainly work. I want to find out, are there any other questions that come up about the Ag Center? Anybody? Okay. Okay, let's then move on.
So now we're on page 7 of 8. At the very top, we have one item in the 2000 department, which is the fire department. We've already discussed this. This is our intergovernmental agreement with Bernalillo County for fire protection and EMS services. That is increasing this year to $800,000. So I have put that in the interim budget there as that new price. Is there any questions about this before we move on?
I just have one question, because I've been reading a lot of the emails that have come from the Municipal League, and it sounds like municipalities can apply for reimbursement of some of the funds they got from session, specifically regarding EMS type services. Has that been something that we have looked at?
I would have to look and see if we're eligible. Is it eligible for us if we don't have our own EMS, or would the county have to apply?
See, that I don't know.
It may be something that you have to have your own services. There are certain funds that we can apply for because we contract with them and we pass through to them. But I can take a look into that and see if that's something that we can apply for, or if that's a county thing.
Okay. And the only reason is because they've really been touting it because it was a huge win at this year's session, especially, you know, for more of the rural areas. So I was just thinking maybe it's something we look at, and even if we get 100,000, that's better than 0.
Okay, yes, I can definitely look into that. Okay, so that concludes the departments in the general fund, aside from capital expenditures and transfers. So you'll see a summary of your general fund revenues and expenditures here through the middle of the page. And then right under that, you'll have capital expenditures. And so I want to talk about those next. For capital expenditures, we don't have very many items that we put into this year's budget for the general fund. In the building and structures, we have $25,000 for Village Hall ADA bathroom design. And we have $25,000 for Village Hall doors and LED lights to get these doors secured, and then I think switching to LED lights in this building. I would have to ask Keen on exactly what that is. That's from his budget. But those are the two items in the building and structure. The capital equipment and machinery, we have $20,000 for a small vac for the infiltrators. We've been putting infiltrators throughout the village roads, so we need a small vac to be able to keep those clear. And we also have money for 3 speed boards to replace 3 that are not working, 3 older ones. And those are the 2 items in the capital equipment and machinery. And then in the roadways, bridges, and culverts, we have 2 items. One is to fix the culvert at Ortega. The main lateral needs head walls, and that's $55,000. And then we have $100,000 budgeted for some speed tables or speed bumps on east-west roads. And those are the items we have in the capital.
Those speed tables and speed bumps, do we know how many on the east-west roads, or is that all east-west?
Oh, no. So Keen and Fred did some research and some information, and all the east-west roads are going to cost about $750,000, correct?
Mayor and trustees, correct. One of the things we're waiting for, Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Kiefer, is that transportation analysis that we're working on, because one of the fears that we have, both Keen and I, is if we put speed tables or speed humps on Ortega Road, and I'm just using Ortega as an example, then we move all that traffic to El Pueblo. Then what do we do with El Pueblo? Then we do El Pueblo, then it just keeps on going. So we want to have a plan, once we get that traffic analysis done, to say, okay, where do we want to concentrate on? And maybe do the same thing we're doing with the road improvements, put it on a 4 or 5 year plan, and each year do something.
So how many roads does this budget include, do you know?
Depending on what we do, a speed hump can be as low as $5,000 or $6,000
Each?
each,
Or for the street?
just each. Or if we put, like we put the raised crosswalks on Chavez, that's about $40,000. So it depends on what we're gonna try and do. And the whole thing is again, we're waiting on that transportation analysis, because that's gonna give us some indications on what we need to do. And, you know, I probably shouldn't say this, but contrary to public belief, roadways are designed to move traffic. If you restrict the traffic, all you're gonna do is push it someplace else. And so, and unless we're willing to go all the way from village limit to village limit, all we're gonna do is move them from one road to the next, if we don't have a plan. So the reason, it depends on what we, like you said, when we did the speed or the raised crosswalks, we had areas that we needed a crosswalk. So that was a way to calm the traffic and do some things, and I think it's worked very well.
And I would only argue that we probably would need one more on Chavez right at the ditch.
And exactly, that's in the plan. And so, you know, these were just kind of some experiments to see how we could do that. And we are putting a couple in front of Edgewood Park, based on the park itself, not based on the traffic study and the speed, because it doesn't warrant it, but based on the fact that we're putting a park there with children and stuff. I think it's a good justification to do that.
Do you mean on Osuna or on the?
On Edgewood itself.
Okay.
On the roadway Edgewood itself, yeah.
I think we should put it on Osuna, don't you?
So.
Well, that may be another place that we put a raised crosswalk, that will.
Oh, yeah.
And that's something we're looking at.
So I think the majority of the residents would say, yes, we do want to move the traffic somewhere else. We want to move the traffic to Second Street and to Alameda and Montano, right? And if that requires a lot of speed humps, then that's what has to be done, right? The other point about speed humps is let's not, the last thing I would want to see is for us to take care of Ortega and put more traffic onto El Pueblo. Let's treat them both in an equitable manner. Let's not prioritize one over the other.
Well, and that's exactly why we're trying to wait for that transportation analysis and then come up with a plan. And I, Trustee Benedict, I totally agree with you. If we're going to do it, we need to kind of be prepared and budget so that we can do really something to both those roads at the same time.
Well, and I'm kind of curious if the transportation plan shows that more of the cut-through streets are the ones that have streetlights. So your Ranchitos, your Los Ranchos, because if you have to wait at a stop sign to make a left or a right, people aren't going to tend to do that. So I think maybe, and I agree, wait for the transportation analysis, but I have an idea that those cut-throughs are the streetlights on 4th.
And it could be very well.
You see, so we're working though at, you know, with two different perspectives here about traffic flow. And I think that Gil pointed out, which is very, very true, that there are certainly a lot of residents that would want to see reduced traffic through the village. On the other hand, you know, we're in a situation where we are surrounded by city and county. And And then they want to see that there is ample opportunity for the traffic to flow through the village. But that's really kind of contrary to what a vast majority, I think, of the residents would support. Because they're looking at trying to find ways to offset traffic through the village so that that Second Street, Alameda, Paseo is used more. I know, living on Ortega, I know when I see traffic that is built up on Ortega, it's because Alameda or Paseo are blocked in some way. So people get off and they come through the village. And I think that El Pueblo's experienced that. I think Chavez has experienced that. So there's really some, some kind of compromise that we have to come to here in order to be able to serve the residents of the village without impeding just the traffic that has to occur daily within the village. Because those are some of the comments that I'm getting, that they're having difficulty even within the village, using streets within the village that they can't get on to Rio Grande because of the backup in traffic. Okay? So it's a continual issue.
Well, even around the schools too,
Or around the
pick up
schools,
and drop off
exactly.
times, so.
Mayor and trustees, and that's,
And the other thing too, and I noticed this, already without the influx of new students into Taft, that when parents are coming to pick up their kids at Taft, they're coming down Chavez, they're turning onto Guadalupe Trail, okay? The cars are backed up. The cars are oftentimes backed up there. And, so that certainly impedes traffic that's trying to get through, Chavez Road. So it is a big problem, especially around the schools.
Mayor and trustee, one of the things I will tell you is that with the schools, we're going to meet with them because, and I'll use Los Ranchos Elementary for an example. We had to replace the no parking signs on the north side because they let school out at 3:15 or 3:30 or something. They changed it this year. So we went from 7 to 4 to try and, well, I just found out that now they are extending the school bell to 4:15. So we've got to meet with the schools and say, look, we need your help to minimize that. And Taft Middle School example, they're changing the whole thing there, and we're expecting 3 times the amount of traffic. And we've got to work with them to make sure that they can try and get people dropped off and picked up on as much of their property as we can. On the Alameda and everything, one of the things I will tell you, Highway 550 in Bernalillo, and I was there for 6 years before they did all these modifications. The traffic on 550 there was horrendous. They did a huge project there, but one of the things that they did is they configured the traffic signals, which they added 6 traffic signals within, what is it, Maria, within a mile? And if you go through there now, in the morning, I can get through there from my house to I-25, which is 4 miles. I can get through there in about 7 minutes because they have really done a great job of synchronizing all those lights. We're going to try and work with the county and the state to see if they can't put the same system in place on Alameda, because that's where the backup is occurring and people are then trying to get around it.
And I also think of, Osuna, how bad that backs up. And now we're talking, school being extended to 4:15. I mean, there's times that it's past the train tracks on Osuna, and the apartments haven't even opened yet. So.
So I think one of the things is we can work with the regional partners through the Council of Governments and stuff to try and work on those signals because I did see it work in Bernalillo, and I was shocked when I first saw the plan. I will tell you, and Maria and I have talked about this 100 times. As I said, this is never going to work because they added so many streetlights. But unless there's a malfunction or a crash, you can get through east or west there very quickly now.
Well, and if we make it more attractive for people to make a right or a left onto Second Street off of Osuna, rather than coming onto
Right.
4th Street, I mean, that would save a lot of time, because it's that left turn lane that backs up all the way, which causes everything else to.
So hopefully we can work with the county and the state, because Alameda is a state highway. And so hopefully then we can get some of those things put in their budget to start looking at that.
So, board members, Mayor Pro Tem, what we're hearing here is that this study needs to be complete before we go in and put in humps or bumps, or whatever the case might be. And though the budget has the price for 2 speed bumps or 2 humps, really we should wait until this study is complete, get community input, before just putting them in. I'm going to relay a story from Las Vegas. Because they can hear, what they got the mayor's ear. Somebody wanted to put in a speed bump. They did. Put it in the wrong place by a park, and teenagers hit that, went airborne, and all the car was dead. So we want to make sure we have the traffic warrants. We want to make sure that, that it is the right thing to do before we do it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, they are in the final report phase. We should have a draft report for review within the next couple of weeks, and then we'll be bringing it to public information and to the Board of Trustees. It doesn't deal with specifically, there's certain points in all directions that were particularly studied, but they did not study, just want to remind everybody, they did not study every single road within the village.
And just to be clear, Mayor Pro Tem trustees, that this 100,000 is kind of just a placeholder to get started on doing something. It's nowhere near enough to do all the east-west roads, and it's not saying this is enough for one. It's like Fred was saying, it depends on what we decide to do, whether it's speed tables, speed humps, striping, signage. It could be any number of things.
Other questions? Yeah.
A slightly different topic on this page, in regards to culverts, is that our responsibility, or is that MRGCD, or is it a joint responsibility?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, that is our responsibility. MRGCD has asked us, it's to put the head walls for the roadway on either side of the culvert, not to redo the culvert itself.
The head walls, as it enters and exits the culvert. And that is our responsibility?
Correct.
That seems odd.
It generally depends on the day of the week and who makes the decision at MRGCD as to what is ours and what is theirs.
Okay.
It's very weird.
Yeah,
It is.
sounds convenient.
Can we catch them on a good day and make them like sign it in writing?
We had an issue on Chavez Road. They stopped our crosswalk project because they said that we were impacting their facility. Of course we were not. We would have known if we were, and they put us through this permitting fee. They got our $65, and then they're like, oh no, it's all yours. Did we get our money back?
I just want to bring up one other issue, and again, it's kind of ancillary to what we're talking about here, but the discussion that's been going on for a while about how to reduce the noise along Paseo, okay? And I know that's just a major issue for, for people, and it looks like Marie, you have a comment about that.
I do. This was our recently elected mayor's big issue, and we've had some movement on that. They have a draft report to discuss with the village, and it's coming to Board of Trustees in May. So you're gonna see some information on that that'll be very interesting. You'll see. No, it depends on what they try to say would be local cost share and what, I mean, it's a whole convoluted when you're dealing with these kinds of things, but Day Hockman Hill is co-chair of the Transportation Committee at the state legislature, and she's a big push behind this. There's some agreements for the Paseo development that have impacted their ability to make improvements that they need to discuss with the village, whether or not we would concede on some. You'll see, and there'll be something in your packet prior to the meeting for you to review. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. So that's coming shortly. 2 weeks.
Okay, wonderful. Were there some other questions from members of the board? Okay.
Okay, so the last item to discuss in this general fund are the transfers. So these transfers, we have 3 different transfers that we plan to transfer out of the general fund to a different fund for different reasons this coming year. The first one, we're still on 7 of 8, and it is the, like, right at the bottom. Okay. So one of the transfers is the $50,000 for the Law Enforcement Protection Fund. That is there because it normally comes out of our general fund. If we had leftover money in the Rescue Act, we could do it from there instead. But I've put it in here because this is normally where it comes from, and this is the more likely place we're going to transfer it out of. The second item is the money that we transfer out of the general fund and into the general obligation bond reserve fund. This is the money that we're short on property taxes to make our bond payments. So next year, $350,000 will be needed to make those bond payments. And so that's a transfer out of the general fund into that reserve. And the last item is $500,000 out of the general fund into the road fund. This is to help us build that road fund balance to be able to complete the road projects, 4th Street, and striping, all the matches that we need for striping and the different types, the different pots of money that we get.
I guess I have a question on the road fund part, and Maria, this might go to you because you weren't here last meeting for me to ask, but I think it was something I had a question on. Is I know, and Josh did a really good job of explaining it, so I just want to make sure I understand. We've already got phase 2 budgeted for. It's all the other phases that is still like $11 or $12 million out. But is this road fund $500,000 to save for those future phases, or is this to help pay for what has already been budgeted for in phase 2?
Both. So we need money for our matches that we already have secured the money for.
Okay.
And then about a year ago, we sat down with the administrator, Maria, myself, and I'm not sure who else was there, but we talked about looking at the roads and the funding we need for them and how much it's going to cost. 4th Street alone was $27 million. And when we looked at this, we determined at that point we had hardly anything in our road fund, and we decided, how do we build this road fund up to continuously be able to maintain the roads, to finish 4th Street, to maintain the roads that were neglected, to do the first phase of 4th Street. And at that point, it was determined we would be moving $500,000 a year into the road fund for the next several years, for 4 years, to try and boost that fund and be able to do projects around not just 4th Street and be able to keep up with the roads.
So then I guess my question is, how are we saving for part 3 or 4 of 4th Street, that additional, what it's 16 million that we're still gonna need to finish it all the way through village limits? Are we putting anything aside for that?
Mayor, trustee, so we work, all funding that is for roadway infrastructure in the state of New Mexico, all potential road funds are administered through NMDOT. And in the region, they're competed for regionally through the Transportation Improvement Program that is administered by the Council of Governments. So we all come together with the federal allocation of money, and we prioritize as a region the expenditure of these funds based on 1, the merit of the project, 2, the feasibility, 3, the readiness, the capability of administering the fund, all those kinds of things. We are now programmed through 2026 to fund phase 2A of 4th Street. So 2B and 2C are, like, how would I say, in the hopper, in the TIP development process for future funding when federal allocations continue to come down. We don't have a way to budget for that until it hits the TIP plan, until it hits the Transportation Improvement Plan, and you know how much money you're eligible for, then you know what your match is. And because that's such an uncertainty, there's another reason why the idea was to just start building up that fund. So the $500,000 that's coming in this year, that's all future projects. We've already budgeted our match requirements on funding we've secured. Does that answer?
I think so. So kind of to use, just because I'm more of a visual person to make sure I understand. So it's almost like building up our fund that we used for open space.
Exactly.
That way we have it for a rainy day when we finally figure out 2C to all the other.
Yes.
To phase 5. We have $5 million in there saved up for whatever type of matches we need.
Correct.
Perfect.
You got
That's
it.
all I want to know. Thank you.
I think I've asked Maria similar questions about the way the funding is divvied up for a big project like 4th Street. And I think the answer she gave me was that this is the normal process. You don't get funded for something that's going to take over 5 years to complete all at once. You get it as you need it. So this is common. This is a common way of
Yeah, they
how
don't
these
want us to
projects
make
get funded.
interest on their money.
Yeah,
They don't want
that's,
us to
yeah,
make
sure.
interest on their money.
Buy savings bonds or something, who knows? CDs. I did get a little lost here. Are we on the page where we're talking about the cash balance summary?
Yes, we're on page 7 of 8, looking at the transfers. That's right before the cash balance
Oh,
summary.
okay, 7 of 8. And okay, I was at the wrong page. So where's the 500,000 that you were talking about?
If you look at so it's wrapped in the peach column, 4 numbers from the bottom. There's a negative 900,600.
I see, okay.
It is wrapped in there with the other 2 transfers.
Okay.
So Tammy, where's the $600?
That is the $600 was for the GEO bond. It's actually $350,600 exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
So Tammy, then, so the 272,840 is again the excess deficiency that we're talking about here.
That is correct. So as we've gone through this, based on the revenues, we're expecting $5,255,000 in revenue for the year, but we are looking at expending obviously more than that during the year, which gives us the deficit of 272,840.
Were there other questions from the board? Okay. Okay, Tammy, let's move on then.
So the last page here is just a cash balance summary of all of our funds. And so the reason we don't go line by a lot of these other funds is a lot of them are grants and capital appropriations, they're ins and outs, they end up zeroing out. It's money that comes from a different source and we pass it on. So looking at this just gives you an overall of what our beginning cash balance is gonna be based on the annualized numbers right now. So this number will change as we finish out the year and get actuals for the year. But right now, we're looking at the beginning cash balance, then our excess and deficiency for all funds, and then our ending cash balance of all funds. So $10,600,000 is what we're looking at for all funds, the cash balance at the end of fiscal year 2025.
Yeah, I mean, a significant decrease, but we're still healthy. It's, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the outstanding bonds that we have right now, Tammy, say that there's the deficiency of 97,112.
Yes, so the 401 fund is where the outstanding bonds actually are. And then the bond reserve 410 is where we pull money from if our property taxes don't fully cover it, which they will not.
Okay. Were there other questions?
Well, yeah, so not included is, we still have a balance for our bond, right, for our open space bond. Is it like, what's the balance? Is it 1.9 million or something like that?
It's about 1.885 after we made our bond payment in August.
Okay, so we have an opportunity to use that up to buy more open space or do something with the Anderson House or something like that, right?
I'm sorry, yes, I was talking about the bond we have open. So from the 8 million that was approved last year, we have, I believe it's about $1.9 million that we could bond to use for open space.
And that would include an additional payment if we were to take advantage of that, which is not included in our budget.
That is correct.
And so were you saying it would be like if we were to exercise that option, it would be like an extra 100,000 a year?
I believe the number was about 111,000 a year on a 20-year bond.
Okay. So we need to think about whether it would be wise to use that or not, right? Does that expire, by the way?
5 years, yes, from the time it was bonded.
Okay, so we could not do anything for a while and then use it later, right? Okay.
And I think the other thing that's important to realize and understand too, as we talk about how we're going to, mitigate this deficiency, but also how do we build up our emergency balance as well for future projects, is another thing that I learned that we as a village have never capitalized on, but with an increase in gross receipts tax, doing GRT bonds is another option, which then provides us a lot more revenue and flexibility in being able to do other projects as needed. And from what I understand, Tammy, you can probably speak better to this, the flexibility of GRT bonds tends to be longer durations on payback than just general obligation bonds. Was that correct? Did I understand that correct?
I am not 100% sure on that. John, do you have any information on the GRT bonds?
Because I thought they went 40 years versus a general obligation could
you know
only
what,
go 20.
I believe that is correct, to 40.
And the interest rates tend to be lower. So, I think as we talk about the potential of increasing GRT, that also opens ourselves up to more flexibility and more ability with, of course, restraint, but gives us more abilities to do more as a village too, and really meet the public's, requests.
So one of the things I heard there is finding out these other revenue sources, what it'll produce. We do have a financial advisor. We could possibly have him here at the next meeting to review those options, GRT bonds, hold harmless if you want to apply that. I don't think the village has done that, which is another percentage that's able to be added, so that you dedicate, you hold harmless, and that would be your GRT bond for whatever purpose you want it. So we can have them here at the next meeting if the board wishes.
Before Trustee Radovich left, he gave me a question to ask, or maybe a comment, so let me do that. And it references this last page. And it's in regards to the municipal street fund, okay? Let me just read what he said. The municipal street fund has a balance of almost 2 million. Says, this is George, I think we need to be careful about how we use it, as was evidenced by the uproar about Tyler, okay? I think we need to deal with roads differently. Not, I can't read his word, something not some sort of engineering. People want a more low impact, less engineered approach, safer, more rural, et cetera. I think where he's going with this, I asked him what he meant, is he doesn't want to see wide roads, and if we were to make the roads narrower, the money would go further. I think that's where he was going with this, but you know, I think the residential roads are already are narrow, and I don't envision us widening those, right? But I might be reading too much into what he's saying. Would you care to comment on what I just read?
So part of the reason that the balance is where it's at is due to the 500,000 we moved in this year that we had spoken about with the last administration, and finding ways to make sure we have that available. Prior to that, it was much lower, but the other revenue sources, a part of our GRT, 15% goes into the road fund. And so because our GRT has come up this year, we've seen more go into that than in the past. Prior to this year, we were only putting 5% into the road fund. So that was not growing as quickly. When we had the meeting that I mentioned with Maria and the last administration, we talked about how do we get that funded, basically, and that's what we did. We did 15% of GRT into the road fund, and then we also made that transfer, if we're able to, at the end of every year, $500,000. In regards to the roads and all that, I am not going to comment on that because that is not my specialty.
Okay, I mean, I think where he's going with this is that he says less engineered approach, you know, this is George. And he maybe, so you're not the person to comment.
Well,
He's talking about safer, more rural look.
and I think the biggest hoopla on Tyler, right, was the rock. Leave it.
Oh, that's Tyler, yeah, that was the issue
Yeah.
with Tyler, yeah.
And that's what you had said, he had used that as an example, so it's probably, you know, keeping the dirt and the rural, subtle transition rather than, you know.
And keeping it at grade rather than raising the road.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Keith's approach now is to, and none of these improvements, unless it's absolutely like a total reconstruct, none of them are engineered. They're all dealing with existing infrastructure that's in the existing right of way, and they're either a crack seal or they're a mill and overlay. And now when they are repaid, they will be milled down so that when the overlay is done, you don't have a change in grade. So he has made that adjustment in the way he does these things. The other thing is that he's also doing infiltrator, stormwater roadways before we come in and repave them. And he's very conscious about placement of those in regards to pedestrian activity and neighborhood use of those roadways. So, I mean, they are rural roads, and there's no intent and there's no engineering in place to make them anything other than that. Those were field decisions that he and his guys made doing those, and their lessons, they've lessons learned by them that will not, that they now know what needs to be done to ensure those kinds of things don't happen on future ones.
And there's no plan to widen the roads, right?
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
I had wanted to bring up a question that occurred earlier, just kind of in passing, and that is with that new approval that we have now on 4th Street, that repair center, and we are repairing government vehicles, as I understand it. Is that correct?
I can tell you what little bit I know because I had a chance to speak with the gentleman because we have to design his driveway if he in fact purchases the property. So first of all, he received a conditional approval from planning and zoning. We've put some requirements on it as how he treats his ingress, egress, but it's sales and service of equipment that is generally used by municipalities, small fire trucks, street sweepers, that type of thing. But I don't believe that it's exclusively municipal.
Okay. Well, the question I was getting to, though, is that at least what I heard is that there's some restriction in terms of gross receipts that he would be able to pay to the village. And I'm just wondering why.
So I can answer that.
Okay.
When governments purchase goods, not services, but when governments purchase goods, we're not subject to gross receipts tax, so we pay none. So there's none to pay to the municipality by the provider. Yes.
So therefore, we're going to be losing out on potential gross receipts from that business.
From that particular piece of property. But the other
Right,
thing I will
okay.
say is that, I mean, that property has a history of kind of light industrial uses. You know, it is the intent of all the infrastructure improvements that you're making on 4th Street that incentivizes business development. And it has, and it will as it goes north. There will probably, just based on the current land use of the village, there for a very long time, there will be what we consider inappropriate uses. Until you really do create an environment that is like a business district throughout, that's the only thing that's going to allow you to restrict those kinds of businesses unless you really tighten down your ordinance, which you can only do to a certain amount about, I mean, you can't spot zone industry or business types out. You can zone them into other areas, but you've limited availability in your jurisdiction. But so there's a whole lot of things. But one of the main goals of this public infrastructure was to attract businesses that would keep less desirable businesses out.
Well, and I think this is getting to Gil's point. I think it is very relevant here, is that what are the types of businesses that we want to attract? Okay, and then how do we connect with potential business owners, you know, who want to move to the village, so that we make 4th Street more attractive to businesses, and they will then create additional gross receipts for us.
Mayor Pro Tem, you need a business association, whatever that looks like, whether it's a chamber, whether it's a Main Street program, whether it's just a incorporated Los Ranchos Business Association, you really need a business association.
Well, and I guess that's,
Go ahead, yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I guess that's one of my thoughts with, you know, one of the things that's included in here is a marketing person. So, I mean, I think that would be a good start, but I don't know if that's the intent of using that marketing person for that. But it at least starts kind of putting out the feelers of various businesses that we want to attract to get them, because now you're marketing us as a business-friendly, what we're doing to 4th Street, pedestrian-friendly. I mean, because we're spending so much money on 4th Street to make it a main street, if you will, but there are businesses there that don't keep the flow of pedestrian traffic because there's such huge gaps in between the various businesses. So I would like to see that marketing person not just be used of our events and everything else, but attracting those businesses that we want to attract here. So we get the gross receipts, so we get the pedestrians out, so we get that Main Street vibe.
Madam Trustee, you're exactly right. It's a formula. It's a recipe that has a whole lot of, we're restricted quite a bit with anti-donation clause. A business association gives you the ability to be able to get around those restrictions and work with the business community itself.
So do you see government entities putting those business associations? I mean,
That's
it's more the community,
It's
correct?
always the community. Even like the Main Street program now, it can't even be funded by a local government. Business associations are successful when they are incorporated from the business level. Otherwise, it's just government running business. And
But can a business, or can a government employee champion a formation of some type of business
Absolutely.
coalition to get it started and then kind of just be like, all right.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, lodger's tax gives you the ability to fund. So the big question is how do you promote business development without promoting individual businesses? That's the question that has to be answered. And absolutely, that's why if a government employee can work with a business association, that's not a problem. But you can't go out and work with Porch and Twig, who's no longer there. But you can't do those kinds of things. That's what makes an association critical. And you have the start of that. You had a business committee. And there used to be the Antique Mile in the village of Los Ranchos. They were a business association for antique dealers. It kind of fell apart, but there's still a little bit of an impetus there. They do the shop and stroll as a loose organization. But you have everything you need here to be able to do that. So if you have the availability to fund a marketing plan through lodger's tax, if you have a government employee through a planner, whomever, to work with an association directly, you have the gap that's missing with this huge investment of public infrastructure that's going in to kind of pull it all together.
I appreciate that, thank you.
So in regards to attracting desirable type of businesses, part of that is creating the environment, the streetscape, so that it's a pleasant place for the kind of those sort of businesses. And so I just heard recently about the one particular issue that I guess went before P&Z, or maybe already did, in regards to servicing utility type vehicles, right? As being contrary to our master plan, right? And did that go before the Board of Trustees yet? Okay, so that would be a conditional?
It won't, it was already approved. It was permissible.
I mean, did it go before, it went before I meant to say P&Z. It got a conditional approval, so if it doesn't get appealed, it won't come to us. If it does get appealed, it comes to us. But I just want to tell you, a similar thing happened with the place that sells boats, right? So before that went in, it was automotive related, right? And there's still an automotive component to that. But, and it didn't look very nice. I mean, at least the place that sells the boats, their operation looks pretty clean, right? And so I was on P&Z at the time, and I think I voted to not approve, all right? But it got approved. Because it was contrary to the kind of businesses that we wanted to see there. And it seemed an awkward place to put that sort of business to begin with, right? And so, yeah, it's better than what we had, but, and maybe what Maria is saying, it's a slow evolution. And we have seen some things go in that are the kind of business that we'd like to see. Hops being one of them, Los Ranchos Bakery being another, the Busy Bee Creamery, that, those kind of things. We'd like to see more of those kind of things, right? But it is a painfully slow process, and having an organization like Main Street or a business development or type organization would probably be helpful, but it's been hard to get those sort of things started. Yeah.
But I think that what we're talking about is to be able to kind of ensure that we initiate an effort in order to make these kinds of things happen. Yeah. Okay. And I think, and hopefully over this next fiscal year, we can get started with that.
Yeah, and I like the business development organization, whether it's a Los Ranchos Business Chamber or Los Ranchos, whatever we want to call it. I think that's a great start. And yeah, we eventually start. And my goal is, if we're approving a salary for a marketing person, let's use that marketing person to really get in front of our businesses to encourage them forming some type of organization, and then use them as a liaison so that there is no anti-donation of promoting one particular business, but instead promoting businesses in the village. And so we encourage that because business owners have relationships with other business owners. And if we can make it very attractive for them, they're going to spread the word. And if we make it attractive for a business owner, I don't know, Gil, I know your son's involved very much in the music. Why aren't we talking to your son, who knows probably people in the music industry, to bring in those types of businesses or antique galleries or art galleries, or, so it doesn't, again, kind of to Gordine's point, we don't want it to look like a brew pub all the way down. But I think a brew pub, a distillery, an art gallery, a jewelry store, that makes it walkable.
Yeah. Suddenly you have what I would call a destination, right?
Sure. We become a little Santa Fe or a little Old Town or a little Red River. Taos Ski Valley. That's beautiful areas.
So, Tammy, did you have any other comment about the budget?
No, so now, after going through all of that, just the last thing I want to make sure is, now we will obviously look into some of the things that you've asked us to, answer some of those questions, but if there's anything in here you're wanting us to remove, anything you're wanting us to add, before I get this prepared for the May meeting, now would be a good time to discuss that so that I can make sure those changes are in there.
So I've got a few that I would like to see. It would be up to, do we vote on it, or do you get to prepare what Jennifer sees and what Frank wants to see and what Gil wants to see and what George wants to see?
It's a lot of work, so I would like to do this once if we can come to an agreement on what we want to see. But there's no vote or no action taken. We'll just be this working session. I'll put it together for you guys to vote on in the May meeting. So if we can just have what you saw, and then if there's any discussion on it, we can do that. But if you agree, I can write it down as a change that needs to be made.
I guess what I would like to see, at least from a revenue standpoint, is I want to see revenue-wise, if we increased our GRT by 1/4, 1/2, and 3/4%, what would that do to our bottom And I don't need to see it broken down. I mean, we've already got the deficit, so just the revenue increase minus the deficit would put us in what position at each of those. With that, I'd like to see the lodger's tax implementation, because that's also gonna give us an additional fund. So yes or no, at a quarter, at a half, at a 3/4. And then from a expense standpoint, what I would like to see is giving that full-time person to you guys, rather than just a contract for minutes, because I think it has been, I agree running lean, but too lean is problematic. And I think there has to be some type of balance, work-life balance. And I can't imagine what happens to the village if Danielle, you're sick, or if Tammy, you're sick. I mean, I see what you guys do, right? And so I think having that backup of just role and function is healthy and is necessary. And so I'd like to see that from an expense standpoint. And the only other thing from an expense standpoint is as we increase GRT, because we already know where we're at, we're in a deficit. I think I'd like to see if using the 1.9 million in bond as the GRT goes up would be the only other thing for me.
Yeah, no, so I like what you said. I'd like to see the potential revenue generated by certain incremental increases in GRT. I think we'll get complaints about raising taxes, right? But with the possible exception of the lodger's tax, I can't imagine people being against that, because there's a big concern that we have too many B&Bs as it is.
But keep in mind, Gil, we do have one facility that may get mad, which would be Los Poblanos, because there are, and Sarabande might, I mean, I don't know, but we do have some businesses that are gonna be affected with a lodger's tax. That's not just, it is a pass-through, but
It's a pass-through.
it's the visual, right? It's the perception.
Yeah, you're right. Does that hurt their business? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what their occupancy rate is.
So just to, hurting business, I don't think is really something that would happen, like, anywhere you go, there's a lodger's tax. Anywhere you go, we really are one of the only places that doesn't have one that actually has those type of accommodations. So you can't go into Albuquerque and stay anywhere without there being a lodger's tax on your bill. So I think 4% is so small that I don't think many people blink an eye at that. I think where the opposition comes is from the disclosure standpoint. So if we impose a lodger's tax, the entities have to report to us monthly to provide us their revenue and so we know what their portion of lodger's tax is that is due. The only opposition I can think of is them thinking that information can get out. However, just like tax and rev can't give information, certain information would have to be redacted in an IPRA request because we cannot give certain information out anyway. So that may be where it comes.
And they derive a benefit from it in terms of marketing, right? Yes. Okay. If we were to increase GRT, and this is if, because I'm curious about the public comment on this, if we were to increase the tax rate, I would not want to go above Albuquerque. Even though it may be such a small difference, it's just the message is wrong. So that would be an upper limit if we were to even increase it at all.
Yeah, so Albuquerque is at 7.6. So that's what we could be speaking about in terms of in terms of the benchmark for us?
Yeah, where are we now?
We're at
7.9.
So it would be the 0.5%, but I still want to
yeah.
see it at 0.75%, because I want to see what other municipalities of our size, since that's our only revenue stream, we have to be cognizant. And I don't think a lot of people are going to balk at a 0.3% difference, because they're not going to, who goes to Walgreens and looks and says, oh, I'm paying 0.3% more, so now I'm gonna drive to Walgreens at 12th or 4th and Gregos. I don't think
Yeah,
that
but,
happens.
right, so, but if we were equivalent to Albuquerque, I agree, people won't blink about it, you know. But if we're just even an iota greater, that there's a message there that I don't think we want to go there.
So, Trustee Kiefer, compared to other entities our size, we're extremely low if you're looking at size-wise. We're at 7.1. I looked at entities similar to size, and I have information on 8 of them. All of them are over what we're at, except for one, which is Eunice, which is down in the bottom of the state in Lea County. They're at 7.0625. All the others are at 8.3, 8.6, 8.3, 8.2, 7.75, 7.9375, and 7.625.
So is Corrales in there by chance?
Corrales is, they are in there at 7.5625.
So they're low, or than Albuquerque.
They are lower than Albuquerque.
What about, I guess what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to look at, we keep saying we're a destination entity, right? And that was gonna be my point, what Fred just said. These other locations, do they have property tax as well in their revenue? Probably, right?
Yes.
Where we only have gross receipts tax, outside of our 1%
1 mil,
that's spoken just for general obligation funds. So, I mean, I think people can have a disagreement, and I want to hear what they say. But I think from an option standpoint, I think leaving at even 0.75% is not being, which I think, Tammy, you kind of said by your rough math would put us at a 1.1 million surplus, or not surplus, revenue generated, so minus our 200,000 would give us about 900,000. Plus it gives us bonding capability on the gross receipts. That I think it has to be, in my opinion, has to be looked at a 0.75%. Even though it's above Albuquerque, it's slightly above Rio Rancho. I think we have to have that revenue stream because we have no other. We have no other.
Mayor, Board of Trustees, the other argument is that the GRT is paid by people that come here versus the residents. You have such a big leakage being all those purchases you make that you need. Your groceries, your car, your whatever.
And we talk about those events that we have here, right? So those events would bring in that GRT outside of nickel and diming a ticket price.
Yeah, but as long as, if our rates don't exceed Albuquerque's, it won't give anybody from Albuquerque a reason to just even say, oh, Los Ranchos has higher taxes. Even if it is such a small difference, they won't even notice, but it takes that argument away from them. And it's still, even if we were to be equivalent to Albuquerque, I think that's still quite a big difference in our GRT that we actually collect. But we haven't seen those numbers yet.
Well, and I think this argument is left for when we vote. I think this is just, let us see the options. And I want to see up to 0.75. You can see up to 0.5%.
Yeah.
The fact that my option will still be there will still
Oh, I like the idea of looking at the options. I have no problem with that at all. So I made some comments about the 5% COLA and the 5% merit. I think having some background information with other municipalities would be very helpful. So in the past, I've actually argued that the raises were too small. So maybe that will pan out in favor of those employees here, because maybe we've fallen behind. But 5% COLA does strike me as being a very high COLA compared to what other people are getting. And there's a possibility somebody could get a 10% raise, right? But again, if that puts us in line with other municipalities, then I'm going to be in favor of it. And I do want to make sure that whatever raises we hand out, it doesn't all go to the directors. I wanted to see it go all the way down to the receptionist, okay?
I don't have anything more to add. I think that the folks have covered it. I think that we talked about a number of other options in order to increase revenue. And I just think that, Tammy, again, thank you for the work that you put into this, and the reports that we get at our monthly BOT meetings, okay? I do want to, though, just accentuate one point that that Jennifer talked about, and that is to find a way to get backup for staff, especially when you folks are not available for any reason, And I know, Danielle, you put a lot of time, a lot of hours in, and Tammy, you too. I know other staff is the same way, but we need to have some way to make sure that we have continuity in terms of the services that are provided. And John, it's kind of back on you to help us out to really understand that.
Well, thank you very much. And with these changes and items you want us to look at, I will be sending you information, either myself or John. Someone will be sending information that we'll need your feedback on so that I can finalize what I'm going to present to you in May. So, for example, once I have the breakout of the GRT and the different tiers and what it looks like for our bottom line, just giving me feedback saying what you want to see, and if we don't agree, having to figure out a place that we agree so that I can present something in May. May is the interim budget, so we will see the final budget in July once we have final numbers, cash end numbers for year end. And so even if we still haven't come to an agreement in May on certain things, there is still time to discuss that. The state likes us to be as close to where we're going to be as possible in the interim, but if we have to make changes, we have to make changes.
So if there is no agreement on, let's say, Gil at 0.5%, I meant 0.75%, because there is no official vote on email, right? So it's going to be just back and forth. There may be, I'm not going to put right now and Radnovich on the spot because one, he's not here, and two, it's just not fair. We know there's at least a disagreement here, a respectful disagreement. So let's say for the budget, like how does that work in May? Because I think we both agree that we want to hear public input on this before we agree to a GRT change. But we also know that's a whole separate process because we have to do that by September 30th, but we have to back into like almost April, like May or June probably to start getting it on the docket. So yeah, so I guess how does that work with disagreeing opinions of how your budget's going to be set?
So the good thing is the GRT rate doesn't completely or directly affect the budget. So if we can't come to agreement on that, we can still pass the budget because this budget is just saying this is what we think GRT is going to be. If we ended up with more revenue, there's no penalty, there's no issue with ending up with more revenue than from the state level and statute level. It's just expenditures. So if we kept it the same as it is right now and we passed that budget, that's just saying we think we're going to get X amount of dollars in GRT. Where the agreement has to come to for the actual GRT increase, if there's going to be one, is to meet the state deadline in September. So when we are gonna take it to a vote to actually increase it, that's where the agreement would have to be made or figured out. For the actual budget, it won't affect anything to actually approve that budget, because again, it's just saying, this is what we anticipate getting in revenue, and if it were to be higher because we ended up passing an increase, then that's what would happen.
So essentially, we can leave the budget as is, knowing we're running into a deficit, and then during public meetings, public comments, getting that feedback, make a decision on gross receipts.
That is correct, yes. So when I send you the GRT information, you won't get it in this format. What you'll get is, you'll get comparisons, and you'll see what we think the GRT is gonna generate at this percentage, this percentage, this percentage, and then you'll also see all of our expenses based on this budget we talked about, and what our new bottom line would be based on those increases. So that's what you'll see in that communication.
And you're gonna add in the expenses, an additional full-timer shared.
Yes, so what I will be doing is I will be adding in a full-time position that would pretty much be half finance, half clerk, and removing the contract position I had in the 1200 department, which is finance, and then also adding in what the additional bonding of the 1.9 million we have left, if we utilized that, what that payment would also do to our final number. I will add those items.
This is an opportunity to, if there's something that's been omitted that needs to be included, that's something that's important. And the only one thing that I can think of that we've talked about in the past that I don't see here, and it's not a big budget buster, but it is, given that we're doing deficit spending, it might be a little hard to swallow, are improvements to the barn. And we've talked about that in the past, and it was prioritized. And, you know, and we had, a year ago, I think we talked about making incremental improvements. And the barn could be one of those things where actually we can get it to pay for itself if we can extend the time where it's usable, right? Some maybe not in the coldest part of the winter, but in the early spring and the falls as well, and maybe in the summer if we had some evaporative cooling or something like that. So we talked about doing that. We don't have good bathroom facilities there. We don't have any plumbing. We have like 100 amps to service that entire barn. So I'd like to see some incremental improvements along the way. And I know there are issues in regards to bathrooms and digging up the sewer lines, and are we digging into some important archaeological features that might be there. But I think there's still opportunities for us. Thank you.
And sorry, just to speak to that, Trustee Benavides, there is, and I did miss it, there is $50,000 in the Rescue Act that is for the barn.
Okay.
So it's not a specific project, but that is one of the items budgeted.
Okay, good.
So is there a motion to adjourn the working session?
Motion to adjourn the working session.
I will second that.
Thank you. All those
Yes.
in favor?
Yes.
Hey, thank you all for coming and for participating today. I mean, it's been very helpful. You know, all the input that we get. We're leaving here now at 12:34. Thank you all very much.
A good working session. Good job, guys.